props for that. So you do, because none of them, I've asked a bunch of them, they can never really say infinitely one good thing she's done. So I'll give you props on that. Obviously, I need to do more research on that, on VPs, their work and stuff. So
Okay, so then, given that I've given you that information, would you vote for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump?
this is gonna come off sexist, Parker, and I just want to say this with all respect. I don't care if she was white, yellow, black, purple. I just feel like women are too emotional. I'm
Okay.
allowed to have an opinion, Parker. I'm allowed to have an opinion, brother.
Okay, so explain to me, why do you think women are too emotional, and why do you think that means that they can't
And by the
be
way,
president?
I don't think it's bad to be emotional. What I'm saying is when you make decisions, when you hold the keys to the whole greatest, one of the greatest countries ever, you hold the keys to that military and everything, all our sources that make any emotional decisions. That's what I mean, Parker, by that.
Yeah, no, explain. What makes
Maybe
you
you
think
can
that
prove me
women
wrong
are
with
too
that.
emotional?
Just based on my experience, I grew up with 7 sisters, my mom, and obviously that's you might call it like I don't know the word, maybe circular, but maybe not circular, but that's just my experience, with women. I'm
It's
not
called
saying what I say is
anecdotal.
all B, but from my experience, women are very emotional and make decisions off emotion.
Okay. Well, I just want to let you know that women in general, I would say, make decisions off of emotion in situations where it's reasonable to do so, and I would say that that men are less reasonable with their expression of emotion. So I don't understand this idea that women are like emotional in a bad connotation. You understand there are situations in which it's reasonable to be emotion and situations in which it's unreasonable. And I would say that again in this context, Donald Trump is unreasonably emotional. And I can give explicit examples as to how. Like for example,
Yeah, and I
right?
will say this: I did give you that. Go ahead, I'm listening. But by the way, Parker, I did conclude that what there is good and bad emotionism, but I said it was bad if you're basing it off decisions that affect the whole country. But go ahead, I'm listening.
Okay. How about this? If Donald Trump and Kamala Harris swapped bodies, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's body, and Kamala Harris and Donald Trump's body, who would you rather vote for?
Are you saying like if Trump was a female and Kamala was a man?
Mm-hmm. Kamala, by the way.
Well, I don't know how to answer that, Parker, because men can't be women. Are you saying like an alternate universe? Is that what you mean?
Have you ever watched Freaky Friday?
Again, that's my
Jumanji?
opinion that they can't be women. No, I haven't.
Okay.
I watched
So,
Jumanji. What about it?
yeah. So, like, you
I
know how
watched it.
you go and play in the game and you can show up as a different character than you are in real life? Like, your consciousness goes in the game.
Like kind of like an avatar, so to speak. Yeah, kind of like an avatar, so to
Yeah, so
speak.
that's all I'm saying is that, like, you play this game and it swaps the bodies. So Kamala Harris is in Donald Trump's body, and Donald Trump is in Donald Trump is in Kamala Harris's body, and Kamala Harris is in Donald Trump's body. Sorry.
I would still say I wouldn't vote for her because she would still have that female brain. Keep in mind, Parker. I know you're gonna try to. I know what you're gonna say, or maybe I have an idea, but I don't hate women, Parker. I just feel like in my worldview, we were built for different roles, And I'm not saying women can't be leaders. I'm not saying that at all. But I think we need to find someone that's completely what is it bipartisan completely, and not just trying to get votes, like bringing Beyonce or people like that to her events to try to get people to vote. Someone that's actually, I hate to say it, but just making wanting to make America great. That doesn't mean it has to be a MAGA Republican. I'm a conservative. I don't really. I guess you could call me MAGA, but
Can I
I'm a
tell you something?
conservative. I don't like
Like
to label
there were
myself. Go
celebrities
ahead.
that Trump specifically had come to his rallies to get people to vote for him. That happens on both sides of the aisle. That's not a unique reason to vote for one side over the other. You're saying you wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris because she's a woman, but you're providing no characteristics about women in specific that make them overall worse leaders. You're just claiming that because of your anecdotal experiences with women in your life, that they have been quote unquote more emotional. That you believe women on average are quote unquote more emotional. And what I would say is that it sounds like your argument here is predicated off of emotion and
Yeah,
not
and
fact.
obviously that's my
So
answer, Parker.
ironically, I think you're proving
Go ahead.
yourself wrong. What? Hello?
I could see where you maybe I am maybe I do need to reevaluate my views on women, but just so you know, I love my mom to death, you know, my sister. So it's not like I'm like this misogynist monster. I just, you know, view women have certain roles and men's have certain roles, and I'm sure we disagree on that, but that's the beauty of this. You know, we get to discourse, you know, because as you know, Parker, when people stop talking that don't this that don't agree, violence begins. You know that, Parker.
Okay, so the point that I want to make is
That's why
that
it's good to have these dialogues.
yeah, so the point that I was making there is that it's unreasonable for you to say that just because they're women, that means that they shouldn't be in positions of leadership. You thinking that women have different roles, which means that they shouldn't be allowed into positions of leadership, does inevitably harm women because then they aren't able to get into positions of leadership to be able to hold accountability towards other men that are in these positions of leadership and benefit the conditions for women in general. Because obviously women are going to, in typical, vote for the best interests of women, right? Whereas men, in typical, have voted against the best interests of women in plenty of occasions.
How about this, Parker? Because I can see where you're going, and I do need to reevaluate my view on women. So I will say you kind of got me on there, but because I'm a very open-minded person, my beliefs are all in and canon, you know. So, and I've been coming to your stream for a while, man. I just wanted to come up here and give you my opinion and show you that we can't have dialogue that's not end up in cursing or yelling over each other. That's mainly why I wanted to come up here to prove that, you know. Well, at least I can, you know what I mean. So I obviously kind of a fan. Obviously, I'm on your stream all the time, but that's because I like looking at other people's worldview and the diversity of their opinions. You know, I don't think what I believe is the all in truth. You know, I like to be challenged. You know, so
Alrighty, all right. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
thanks, Parker.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? Huh?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I just have one question though. Like, well,
Hey, we are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
55.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
And what's your birth year?
1970.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I'm sticking with Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because you're a fucking you piece of shit. Fuck you, asshole. Suck my ass.
You're a disgusting, low IQ individual. Let's go into the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, brother? I'm
Yeah, how old are you?
29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I voted for him.
Okay. And if you could go back in time with the information that you have right now and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
No, I would definitely vote for Donald Trump again.
Okay, why is that?
I believe that overall, I don't love everything about him, but I believe that he mostly aligns with the objective moral standard, which I hold to as a Christian. And so his policies align more closely with that than Kamala Harris did.
Okay, like what particular Christian values?
Biblical, evangelical, biblical Christian values.
You said biblical, evangelical Christian values. Could you be specific about any of them?
Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, like what specific evangelical values does Donald Trump uphold to a greater extent than Kamala Harris?
Protection of children's lives, against the transgender movement in this country, obviously taking women out of men's sports or men out of women's sports, all those things which align with an objective moral standard, which it doesn't seem the Democratic Party has one to appeal to other than their own feelings and opinions.
That has nothing to do with your religious values.
It does, actually.
It actually doesn't. The determinations and standards
so?
for sports have nothing to do with Christian values. Like literally, there's nothing within Christianity that says,
It actually does.
"Art thou?" Can I please speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
There's nothing in the Bible that says that you should not be allowed to play in sports depending on your gender. So that's like a personal standard, not a
That's not
religious
true
standard. Okay. Tell me where in the Bible it says men and women should not be allowed to play sports together.
Well, you understand that these athletes, whether they be in the collegiate sector, the professional sector, the Olympic sector, it doesn't matter. They strive their whole entire lives to attain the highest level of competitiveness and greatness in their sport. And when they're giving an unfair advantage because they don't have the common sense to identify their own gender, it completely is not loving to their neighbor. And the Bible says to love your neighbor, and not the complete rejection of that.
Okay, so it's not loving to thy neighbor? Is that your argument?
Yeah, you can laugh at it, but it's the truth.
Well, I think that's pretty embarrassing, to be honest with you.
And I noticed that one of your debate tactics is you try to laugh at people, but you're just ignoring a fact I just told you.
No, I'm not ignoring a fact. I'm laughing at it because you literally just said that somehow saying that men and women should be allowed to play in the same sports, by the way. And by the way, there are certain sports where men and women do play in the same sports, and there's no gender basis for separating men and women in terms of playing sports, right? Like, for example, if you consider chess a sport, right? I think that chess is something that men and women can play together, and there's no issue with that. So can I please finish without you cutting me off? I don't think it's loving thy neighbor for you to continually cut me off. Is that loving thy neighbor?
Go ahead, brother.
Okay. So I definitely think that you have an issue there with establishing that somehow it's not loving to play sports together. Like, if I played basketball against my girlfriend, is that not loving?
Are you doing it for your livelihood, for your living, for your paycheck?
No, I'm not.
That's different. You're just playing a fun game with your girlfriend. That was a horrible
Okay, so then you're okay in elementary schools that people are allowed to play in that context then?
If kids are playing for fun and it's not their livelihood,
Exactly. And in elementary, it's not for their livelihood. It's not their livelihood until they reach the point of college or professionals.
Yeah, so once again, what's your standard for morality, Parker?
That's a complete pivot. My standard is myself.
Opinion?
Yeah.
Yeah, so everyone else has their own opinion. What makes them right or wrong? So you're so adamant you're against the Republican Party and you're against Trump, and you're making all these moral claims that they're wrong. Is that just your opinion?
Yeah, I've just said that.
That's a sad lifestyle. That's a really sad way to live your life. And I think you know
how?
That's wrong.
Because I think that all morality is dependent.
Because then you have no
Can I explain?
justification to say that Adolf.
I do.
No, you have no because.
Can I explain without you crashing out? I know you're crashing out. It's okay. But if you want to, you sound like you're crashing out. So the point that I would make here is that, again, right, we get our morals from ourselves or from personal values. And I think that you're basing it on God's personal values. If you base it on you're not listening. You're not loving thy neighbor by cutting me off right now. Can I please finish?
Go ahead, brother.
Again, your values are predicated off of God's personal values. So I could say the same thing. Why accept God's personal values over my personal values?
Because if God is the creator of the cosmos, you're subjected to his values. You don't have a choice.
Okay, so he's just the creator. Okay, so if there was an evil creator of the universe, would you say that their morals are correct?
I mean, if that creator was the real creator, but you're using an example that doesn't make sense. But the real creator is not evil. So what point are you trying to make?
No, I'm asking you though. If God was evil though, right, and he created the universe, and for his evil intentions, would you say that that would be the correct version of morality, whatever the values of that evil creator are?
That's a fallacy because you're using a hypothetical situation that doesn't exist. Now, however,
hypotheticals are not fallacies, genius.
No, but if you would like to prove that the God,
like, can I give you let me give you an example that maybe you could visualize more. Have you ever watched Rick and Morty?
I know the show, but no, I've not watched.
Yeah, Rick is the creator of the microverse that powers his ship, and since he created that microverse, do his morals reign supreme over that microverse?
I could care less about Rick and Morty, Parker. I kind of care about God.
I get it, but it's a hypothetical just to demonstrate that just because they're a creator doesn't make their views any more preferable. What's that?
You're making yourself look silly because you're trying to draw away from what I was talking about God by bringing up Rick and Morty. Why don't we talk about the God of the Bible?
This is a hypothetical to test your logical consistency. I understand that you can't critically think, but it's okay. I'm just trying to get you to critically think here. I'm giving you a hypothetical, and you just said a hypothetical is a logical fallacy.
No, you're using Rick and Morty to try and describe God. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so I told you, again, you said a creator of a universe means that whatever their morals are, listen, a creator of I know you're very emotional right now, it's okay. The creator of the universe means that their morals are running supreme over that universe. So I just asked you, if Rick and Morty, or Rick created the universe, the microverse, and since he created that microverse, you're then saying his morals reign supreme over that universe? Is that your view?
Yeah, I would say that if a god created the universe and he outlined the standard of morality, then that would be the standard. Yes.
Okay.
However,
So if the devil created a universe, you would be okay with the devil's morality being true.
and once again, you're asking a hypothetical situation that doesn't exist because the devil didn't create the universe. God created the universe, and God is good.
I understand.
So
I understand that you keep saying that, but that's a pivot away from the point that I'm making, because I'm trying to get you to realize that just because there's a creator of the universe does not necessitate that their particular moral perspective is the true moral perspective just because they created the universe.
I know,
so the hypothetical is just to demonstrate that obviously you don't believe the devil's morals are correct. So if you don't believe the devil's morals are correct, then if the devil created a universe, that doesn't mean that that morality would reign supreme or be true or accurate. So again, you're going to appeal to your individual self.
Do you think it's wrong to cause harm to children?
Yeah. And typically, yeah. Why is it wrong? Because it's going to be like a violation of rights, for example.
What's wrong with violating rights? People do it all the time. Why is it wrong?
Just because people do it doesn't make it okay. Why is it wrong? It's going to be not in accordance with my personal values.
Yeah, exactly. Your personal values, but Hitler's personal values were completely different than yours. Was he right or wrong?
I think he was wrong based upon my perspective.
That's sad, dude. And the fact that
it's sad that I think Hitler was wrong.
No, because
what?
You know that what he did was absolutely wrong in every.
Yeah, I consider it absolutely wrong from my perspective. Yeah.
Okay, but you can't claim any absolutes without God.
Yes, I can.
It's just your opinion.
You can claim absolutes without God. By the way, if morality is objectively true, which means it's true independent of a stance.
You didn't answer my question. Do you believe in absolute truth?
Yeah.
You do.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely true that I exist.
And so that absolutely, how do you know that? How do you know you exist?
How do I know that I exist? Is that really the question you're asking me right now?
How do you know you're not living in illusion? Like what standard do you have to make it absolute?
Okay, well, I believe it's most likely to be the case. I think that most evidence is indicating towards this is a real experience. If you don't know that your mom is real, if you don't know that your parents are real or I'm real, well, I think that's a question you need to ask yourself. You're trying to run solipsism on me, but I don't think you need to be certain in order to make claims. For example, are you certain that God exists?
Yes, and the same
that is just dishonest. That's dishonest. You are not certain that God exists. You do not have certain evidence.
You didn't even let me finish.
Go ahead.
So to follow your same logic, where you look at the evidence, when you look at the evidence of the universe, the logical conclusion is that there was an initial action, initial creation that took place. That's where the evidence follows. So how come you're not taking
not necessarily, not necessarily, but if here, let me explain. Can I please explain? So not necessarily, but again, even if it did necessitate a causal factor to the universe, right, or a beginning of the universe, that doesn't mean it's a God that explains that. That was just going to be like it's possible that it could be a natural explanation, or it could be some other depiction of a God other than the Christian version of God. So there's no evidence that God exists.
No,
you're just assuming that.
I agree with you that there's other options, but the overwhelming evidence points to the fact that the God of the Bible is the.
That's just not true. What evidence?
It is true. The person in the life of Jesus Christ. What do you think about him?
Yeah, I believe that Jesus existed as a man, but I don't believe there's any evidence that he rose from the dead like a zombie. I don't think there's any evidence that he walked on water.
You don't think there's any evidence? That's your final answer on that.
Well, I know that Pieces elevates over water.
That what does?
Pieces elevates over water.
So you have
that's something that has happened before.
Hold on, just 1 second, because it seems like you have a problem accepting the miracles of the Bible, but the biggest miracle that took place was the creation of the whole entire cosmos. So if God created the whole entire cosmos, every other miracle in the Bible is completely justified.
Well, I don't believe that God created the cosmos, man.
To believe that Jesus walked on water?
Why should I believe this? Why should I believe any of this?
Because you're a smart person. You are very intelligent, but you need to use your smarts and you need to follow the evidence.
I am. And I'm asking you, what's the evidence? And you're not telling me.
5,000 plus manuscripts that are historically verified. We have a P52 that right now that's 6 in
I have a question. How long after Jesus died did P52 come from?
P52 is dated at roughly 150 to 200 AD. However, no, hold on. Hold on. You need to let me
So,
finish.
by the way, the
Instead of laughing
manuscripts,
like
which
a
are
child-
copies
no,
of
no.
things written down
No,
150 to 200 years
No,
after
instead of
Jesus
laughing-
died,
Instead of laughing like a child, let me finish.
that's the earliest manuscript.
No. So when a historian finds a document like that, P52, and they can say that they can date it back to 150 to 200 AD, they can then verify that because they found a document that dates to that date, they can then predate it another century.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? P52, P52. How big is P52?
Let me finish.
How big is
and then I will.
P52?
Let me finish,
Okay.
and then I will.
Okay.
So then you take that, you date it at 200, and then you can predate that back another century. So that is a first century.
I don't know how you
document
predate it back another century, but even so, that would be 50 years
that's how
after
every
Jesus
historian
died.
works. And it, okay, do you think Alexander the Great existed?
I do, but I don't think that the evidence that
You understand that
establishes.
there's
Let me
not
clarify.
near as
Let me
much
clarify. Let me clarify without you cutting me off. For you just complained. Okay. So again, the point that I would make here
Yes, we
is
both
that
do.
you're making a claim about the existence of a person and not a claim about a miracle happening. I think there's two big distinctions between those.
getting there.
I believe that. Stop talking. I believe that Jesus existed as a person, like I already said. I just don't believe that he existed as a god. Now, let me ask you this question: P52, how big is it? Like in physical reality?
It's a fragment. It's not that big. I would say it's probably roughly the size of maybe a credit card, maybe a little bit bigger.
Okay. So if that's the basis for evidence that Jesus rose from the dead,
no.
I don't think that you have
many
absolute.
manuscripts
Can
I
I
tell you?
please finish without you cutting me off, dude? You just complained.
Stop lying.
I'm not lying. I'm trying to finish with my statement. Do you want me to cut you off and say that you're lying every single time you speak? Is that something that you'd appreciate?
Go ahead.
Okay. So again, P52, if that's the basis of evidence for you thinking that Jesus rose from the dead as the basis for the manuscripts, right, in terms of what they come from or what they're copied based upon, well, then I don't think that's absolute proof that Jesus Christ rose from the dead. Do you at least agree with that?
Yeah, if in our conversation I told you just P52, but I didn't tell you just P52, how many manuscripts did I tell you?
Well, P52 is the original manuscript. So
That's
all
one of
manuscripts
the
are
oldest
copies of prior manuscripts, correct?
Yes, that's how historical documents work. They get copied. But
Yeah.
when you look at the copies and you verify the copies that we have, they are all incredibly accurate and to par with all the other manuscripts. They all align.
Yeah, so
So when you read-
copies are similar to the things they copied from. That's not a very complicated thing to understand.
No, when you
Like
have
there's a bunch
over
of books that you
5,000
sell and you make a bunch of
You're cutting me
copies of
off,
that book.
Parker.
Does
Why are
that
you
mean
cutting me
that
off,
those are
Parker?
accurate,
Are you
realistic
getting uncomfortable
determinations?
on your stream?
I spoke before you did. It's okay.
Yeah.
I understand you're
actually, I was
crashing out.
speaking and you cut me- No, I'm good, brother. It seems like you are.
I'm
But
completely
anyways-
calm right now. You're the
But
one crashing
anyways,
out.
You have over 5,000 New Testament manuscripts. You also have other historical documents that depict the life of Christ outside the biblical canon. There's an overwhelming amount of evidence for Christ's existence, as well as the fact that Paul wrote in Corinthians that there was 400 eyewitness accounts of the life of Christ after he resurrected. And
Okay.
So these disciples, they bear witness to the life of Christ. Okay, Christ is crucified, he dies. And they're like, well, I guess our mission's over, right? He resurrects. Then what happens from that? The Roman Empire, less than 2 centuries later, announces that Christianity is the official religion of the Roman Empire. You think that's a coincidence, brother? No, that's because our Christ, our Lord Jesus Christ, rules and reigns right now at the right hand of the Father, and you need to follow the evidence, and you need to quit being a fool. You are being a fool. And I've watched many of your videos. I've seen you debate with Charlie Kirk and all these other people, and you are a fool. You are an intelligent fool. But you need to seek the Lord, and you need to find truth in Jesus Christ. You are
Okay.
very smart, and you could be used very great for God's kingdom, but you need to follow the evidence.
Okay. So again, a claim of a certain amount of eyewitnesses is not evidence of this. If I claimed that 500
400.
eyewitnesses saw a floating pig, would you believe the floating pig exists?
If you could show me enough evidence to believe in a
Yeah.
floating pig, then I'd be inclined to believe
Yeah,
it. But you
it
can't.
was written down in a manuscript I found from hundreds of years ago that actually just says that there was 400 people that saw this floating pig. Do you accept
Was
that?
there a movement? Was there a movement of that floating pig that
Yes,
changed
right
the
now.
largest empire? Really? Can you show me historical evidence for that?
Wait, so by the way, before it shaped the largest empire, you believe that it wasn't enough evidence to indicate that Jesus rose from the dead?
No, there was still enough evidence. That's just
Okay,
another
so
piece of
just the
evidence.
claim,
Like,
just the
it's
claim
wrong.
that there's 400 people that witnessed it is enough evidence for you. So I claim
Not
that
a
400
claim, it's a
people,
historical
I claim that
document
400
written by
people, he
Paul.
won't let me finish because he clearly thinks that I'm winning. I believe that
Oh,
400
actually, I
people,
think you're losing.
I believe that 400 people witnessed a floating pig I was one of them, and actually there's hundreds of other people in the comment section that also saw the floating pig. If you saw the floating pig, type 3 in the comment section. And we saw this floating pig. Do you now believe that that floating pig exists?
Yeah, Parker, if you can show me the amount of evidence for the floating
This is
pig that I have
evidence.
for Christianity, then I
This
think
is
I
evidence,
believe it.
right? This is evidence.
Show
You
it.
said the claim of
Where's the
400
manuscript?
people seeing
Can you
this
show me 5,000
is
plus
evidence. This
manuscripts
is
of the
evidence
floating
right
pig?
now.
Show it to me.
You look at the chat, dude. I'll look at all that evidence.
Is there a P52 in Oxford for the floating pig?
There's something better, right? You're having a first-hand account from someone saying they witnessed it on live right now.
Yeah, and you're being a fool. Again, you're being completely intellectually dishonest, brother. You're being
But
completely
there's
intellectually
better
dishonest.
evidence to believe that what I'm saying right now, genuinely.
No, and the fact
I
that you
saw the
can't wake up every
pig
day
fly, dude.
and see that this universe
It's actually
is
Pig
perfectly designed.
52. Pig 52 actually took flight.
Yeah. I'd love to actually debate you in person sometime if we could coordinate that.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd
like
want to
to
be
talk-
around you.
Well, I think we would have a good debate, and I'd actually like to coordinate that if you message me on my DM.
I'm good.
All right, brother. Well, I'm gonna go. I gotta go back to work.
You don't want
You have a
to
good
you don't want
night.
to finish our conversation?
No, I
All you
gotta
came
work,
up here was to
brother.
like scream
I
at
work
me
for a living.
and say that I'm a
On my break.
fool. You don't think I
No,
work?
you're smart. You're an intelligent young man, and you could be used great for the kingdom of God, but you need to follow the evidence.
Yeah, I am
And you
following
need
the
to
evidence.
repent.
You're
You
not
need to
basing your
repent
views on
and
evidence,
put
and you
yourself
weren't
in
even
Christ.
willing to hear my points. We didn't even get through a conversation. We didn't even talk about anything legitimate in terms of your worldview yet. All you brought up was trans people, which had nothing to do with the context of the Bible. And then you brought up you think that there's evidence for the Bible. Even if you believe that the
Well, we
Bible's
established
accurate,
a
even if
lot.
you are
We
Christian,
established-
that doesn't even justify your particular interpretation of Scripture. It doesn't justify your worldview. It doesn't justify right-wing ideological beliefs. You can have left-wing ideological beliefs and be Christian in of itself. Did you know that?
If you believe in social issues like homosexuality and abortion, you might identify as a Christian, just like I could identify as a pineapple, but it doesn't make you a Christian.
Oh, you
It's-
absolutely can be a Christian and believe that
you
gay
can
marriage
call
is okay.
yourself that.
You can
No,
absolutely be a
call
Christian
yourself
and
that.
believe that gay intercourse is okay because there are certain connotations of the Bible in which are referencing exploitative connotations of relationships and not gay relationships that exist today in the context of marriage.
Well, once again, you can label yourself whatever you want, but that doesn't mean you are what you are.
Well, I could say the
Just
same
like
thing
we
about
have
you. I
women
don't think
that-
you're. I
just
don't
like
think
we
you
have
are
men
actually
that
Christian. You're
label
voting for
themselves-
people. You're voting for people cutting children off of free school lunch and breakfast to the tune of 420,000 children on average every single month. I don't think that's very Christian. I don't think it's very
Parker,
Christian to
did you
reduce
know that
access to
child
healthcare by
starvation
10 million
is
people
not
plus
issued
on a year. Again, I'm trying to explain, and you're trying to cut me off. 10 million people are losing access to health insurance because of Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill. 2.5 million people lose access to food stamps on average every month. Do you think that Jesus would be happy with the fact that people are losing access to healthcare and food?
And once again, as I said in the beginning of the chat, I never said that Donald Trump is the perfect person, nor do I align with everything that he does, but I said that his policies more aligned with God's standard for morality than Kamala Harris does.
Okay, and the
That's
basis
why-
you brought up for that is not a legitimate basis because trans people aren't even listed in the Bible, okay? So the argument you're making has nothing to do with the Bible. Not only does it have nothing to do with the Bible, but it's not predicated off of common sense. You tried to brand yourself as a common sense individual while you support a guy that said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19, that windmills were causing whales to die in numbers never seen before, that the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet, that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote. These are all
Guess
things that
what?
Donald Trump
And
said
guess what,
himself.
Parker?
We should also nuke hurricanes to fight them, make them radioactive, actually.
We're going to make them great. I tell you, we're going to make them great. We're going to give them millions and millions. But anyways, let me tell you, Parker, that at the end of the day, in your worldview, who cares? Because you're just going to die and no one's going to remember you. My worldview is I'm going to live eternally with the God that made me, and I have a hope for my
Hey, dude.
future. Right now, you don't.
Well, I just want to let you know
You can have
something.
a hope.
People are going to
You can
remember
have a
me.
hope.
You want to know why people will remember me? Because this is online and this database will exist. like,
Well, and
like
I
just
understand, Parker, but at the end of the
genuinely.
day, you have
Like
no
people,
hope for your
people from
future
50
without
years
God.
from now will be able to watch this stream if they want. Did you know that?
And that's cool, Parker, but at the end of the day, who cares in your worldview?
Who cares? Me.
You need Christ, brother, for any purpose in your life. For
No,
any
I don't.
true joy
No, I
and
don't.
peace
This
you
is a
can get from
dishonest
God.
claim that the only way that you
Alright,
can find
brother.
purpose in your life is if you specifically believe
Hey,
in a particular
well, you've
religion.
heard the
By the way,
gospel
I just want to
today.
let you know, you will bring more people to your religion if you actually provided evidence. You'll bring more people to your religion if you actually
I did,
provided love
Parker.
instead of saying
don't
that
think
I
there's
can't
enough
find
evidence
purpose,
for you
meaning.
right now to
Listen,
accept
you're
it.
cutting me off and you're not actually doing what Christ
You
would
cut
want
me
you to
off.
do. Let me please
You cut
finish
me off.
speaking. And again, turn the other cheek. What did Christ tell you to do? Did Christ tell you to do what the person does to you? Or did Christ tell you to turn the other cheek? You're not upholding your own religious worldview, yet you're sitting here and claiming that I should. So maybe if you want me to uphold your religious worldview, maybe you should do that yourself. Instead of being rude and obnoxious, you should come on the live stream and have evidence, instead of just saying you need to follow the evidence while providing no evidence yourself. You should actually have a basis in legitimate scripture to actually argue from, which you're not. You're providing no legitimate basis in scripture to say that trans people shouldn't be allowed to play in sports. Right, that's absurd.
But you gotta understand.
Can I please finish without you cutting me out? Wow, this is so Christian of you. I'm telling you, again, the best chance that you have for moving more people to your religion is by creating love and acceptance and actually giving a reason to believe that. Because I genuinely, for a huge portion of my life, I wanted Christianity to be true. I wanted to be able to say that because I grew up in a Christian household and I literally believed for most of my life. And I really want it to be true, but there's no evidence to justify it. That's the issue. There's no evidence. If I have no ability to explain it, I'm not going to believe something that I don't actually believe. It would me be lying. I would be lying to say that I believe.
Yeah, and like I said, I presented you with evidence. I could present you with more. However, I am at
You
work.
didn't.
I don't have the time to continue. If you'd like to continue the conversation, we can, but I got to go back to work.
All right. Well, you can come up on a different time, man.
God bless you.
And Jesus bless you. Kyra, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Noel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the future encounters as well. Thank you. Mad, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Jesse, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Tawny, thank you so much for the $6.66. Thank you. Virginia, thank you for the $6.66. Corey, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Tom, thank you for the $15. Merry Monday to you as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Definitely. Amanda as well. Thank you for the $1. Andrew, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I have some people to thank on YouTube as well, but I'm going to go on to the next person here real quick. By the way, if you're Christian, you don't have to be a Trump supporter. You don't have to be religious. Not religious. You don't have to be a conservative or Republican. You can be a Democrat. You can be a liberal and still be Christian. I also don't want people to believe that just because I'm an atheist, that means you have to be an atheist to be a liberal. Appreciate the gem gun. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
For you to
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
download it first, you have it in order.
Oh, okay, let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
42.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who'd you rather vote for?
Most definitely Donald J. Trump.
What's your birth year?
1984.
Okay, and what month?
August 6th.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Donald Trump? What's your birth year?
2006, February 4th.
Okay, and why do you support Donald Trump?
Oh shit.
Okay, they just left. All right. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Again, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Nija, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Oh. I accidentally unplugged my earphones. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up?
How old are you?
18.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
The GOAT, Trump.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
Honestly, I voted for him. Well, actually, I didn't, but like all my boys did, so it's cool.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Cause he's just better than what's her name, Kamala.
And what makes you think that?
Cause he's a guy.
Okay. What about being a man makes you a better leader or better candidate for president?
Cause he's strong and he can stand up to China.
Said he's strong and he can stand up to China. Okay, how is he strong? Yeah. I don't think he looks physically very strong, man. And then
No, like mentally strong. You know what I mean?
I don't think he's very mentally strong either. What makes you think he's mentally strong?
Because look at all that he had to go through. Like you guys, like from all these court cases and stuff. Like, and he still like ran. He still won. He still had to fight through all of that stuff.
That doesn't make him mentally strong. That just means people voted for him. Was
No,
Biden mentally
like,
wait? Was Biden mentally strong because he got elected into office?
No, Biden was very weak.
Okay, so can you tell me why you think that Donald Trump is mentally strong just because he was elected, but Joe Biden wasn't?
Dude, I told you. Look at all he had to go through. You guys threw so much stuff at him.
Actually, wait. Here, I'll let you think about that one. I actually have people to think. I forgot to do that real quick. I do have some people to think on YouTube. Give me 1 second. I have a few people to think. If you're on YouTube, by the way, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Najia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Ryan, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. The floating pig just went over your backyard. True. Feisty, thank you so much for the $10. Really appreciate it. I'm just started. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Based. I got you. I'll definitely have to as well. Matt, thank you so much for the $10. Really appreciated it. Salty, thank you so much for the $20. I definitely will. Thank you so much, Salty. DW, thank you so much for the $10. Eric, thank you for the 5. Wedding Cake, thank you for the $2. DW, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Najee again with the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Of course, I appreciate it. It wasn't letting you donate. I'm so sorry. Good to see you, though. Low Code, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Based, glad that you saw that. And then Jennifer, thank you for the $5. As well as News, thank you so much for the $200 on YouTube Super Chat. Can we get some W's for News in the comment section for the $200 on YouTube Super Chat? That is absolutely crazy. Thank you so much, News. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for News in the comment section right now. For Newsy on a mission. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That is so very kind of you. W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. That is way too kind. Thank you so much. Get some W's again for them in the comment section. Alrighty, go back to what you were saying.
So do these guys just give you their money?
Yeah, people decide to donate to me because they like my content.
Nah, you gotta fancy it up a little bit, but okay.
What does that mean?
Because, like, they're just giving you free money, bro.
What's wrong with that?
I mean, there's nothing wrong, but I was just acknowledging it.
Well, W gifters, can you say thank you to the gifters for Stat Mustache?
I mean, they're not. I mean, why do I gotta say thank you? They're not giving nothing to me.
Well, because they gave stuff to me. Say thank you to them. Be nice.
I mean, what, bro?
Yeah, just say thank you to the gifters real quick.
Appreciate it, gifters. There you go.
Alrighty, go with what you were saying.
I mean, they didn't really give anything to me, but.
Well, no, it just sounds like you're a little bit jealous, man.
No, I'm not jealous at all. I was just acknowledging that they're just throwing free money at you. It's pretty cool, honestly.
Well, it's because I'm doing something right now. I'm debating people.
Okay. But yeah, Trump's the GOAT, man.
Okay, and why do you think that? Again, you just said because he was a man, but then you gave no argument.
Because he's a guy.
Okay, so what about him being a guy?
Strong. We need a strong leader. I don't think Kamala Harris would have got the job done.
I don't think Trump's very mentally strong. He doesn't seem very mentally strong to me. What to you indicates that he's mentally strong?
Because I told you already, look at all that he had to go through and still get.
That doesn't necessarily make him mentally strong.
He could have quit. He could have been at Mar-a-Lago chilling right now, but he tried.
Isabella's thank you for the $7. Well, he didn't do that because of the fact that he would have gone to prison. I mean, he was convicted of 34 felonies, dude. He would have gone to prison if it wasn't the case that he was elected. So that's the reason why he decided to run again, is because he didn't want to go to prison.
I don't think that to be true.
Yeah, I mean, it is true. He was convicted and sentenced, and the reason why he wasn't sentenced to prison is because he was elected president.
Well, the 34 felonies were literally like stupid anyway, weren't they?
No, I think that. Can you tell me what they were for? Do you even know?
Those are like falsifying business records, I think.
So what's wrong with that?
It seems pretty silly to me. And wasn't he like the first person in New York to be like a felony level convicted of that? Like the first person ever?
No, other people have been for falsification of business
No, I know,
records.
but didn't they, like,
Now
bump
you
it
might
up to
say
a
for the
felony just
specific
for him?
predicate crime, but that's because he was running for president, and what he was doing was something that you would have to be running for president for in order to be able to do.
No, what I'm saying is like they bumped it up to the felony level simply because it was
Yeah.
Trump.
No, because it was a predicate crime.
Dude, what the hell
Yeah,
even
look
is
up
that?
New York Penal Code 17510.
It still doesn't even matter. It was just falsifying business records. That's pretty silly.
Appreciate the corky. But the reason
That's
why it
all
was
he
bumped
did.
up to a felony is because it was a predicate crime, meaning he's committing this crime in furtherance of another.
Okay, but like, would you like not vote for somebody simply because they falsified business records? You see how that's like dumb, right?
Well, I don't think that's the only reason. I was just telling you that was the reason why he was trying to run again and not taking time off or whatever. And by the way, he cares about power and he like wants attention. I think that's why he decided to run, not because he cares about the country. I mean, he's doing more for his rich billionaire buddies than he's doing for the average American.
No, that's not true. He cut
It is
taxes,
true.
dude.
Yeah, the cuts in taxes he did were for disproportionately rich and wealthy individuals, whereas if you want to reference the tax increases he did through tariffs, disproportionately negatively impact lower and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods.
Bro, he's making the country better, and he's better
How
than
so?
Kamala. Because he's like kicking out criminals and stuff.
Then he would kick himself out of the country because he's a convicted criminal. Secondly, he's
the
actually
ones who broke in.
73% of those detained by ICE have no prior criminal record. Did you know that?
Well,
Only 5% have a violent criminal record.
No, if they're detained by ICE, I mean they did commit a crime, like coming in. You know what I mean?
Being detained, it does not mean you've necessarily committed a crime.
Yeah, but like if ICE got you, if like you're on their radar or whatever, that means you're like, what's the?
And I was referencing
illegal?
a prior criminal offense. And by the way, if you're on your radar, it does not mean you've done something illegal. There have been U.S. citizens detained by ICE.
Dude, you don't understand, bro. Like ICE only goes after like the is it immigration control or whatever enforcement. Like they go after the ones that came in here.
Well, I can give you a specific reference of someone who is illegally in the country, that their car was surrounded while they were trying to go to work. And they asked for how they should operate and where they should go, and yet they were still detained. And they were detained for over 3 days with no medical help, even though their skin was literally burning, right? And they had no power of attorney. That is a violation of their due process rights. There is no reasonable explanation for this at all.
Then they would have been released.
After 3 days, after they were given no power of attorney, which is a violation of their constitutionally protected rights, and they weren't able to go to their fucking kid's birthday party because of this.
Oh my God, they missed a birthday party, really?
Yeah, their kid's birthday party. Do you not think that's important to be there for your kid?
I mean, sure, but like, trust me.
I'm sorry. If you were to, would you be okay with being detained for 3 days?
Dude, you could literally just sue them then. Why don't he just go to fight a lawsuit?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's not fucked up that you got detained for 3 days and missed your kid's birthday party.
Life sucks, bro.
So you'd be okay with yourself being detained for 3 days with no power of attorney and no medical help after your skin's burning?
No, I wouldn't put myself in that situation.
You mean going to work? You wouldn't go to work?
No, that's a situation I wouldn't find myself ever in.
Well, you, again, could, because he was just going to work. Do you want to hear the story?
Sure.
Alrighty. Do you give me 1 second? I'm pulling it up. I have to scroll through my likes to be able to find it. Give me 1 second. You can make a point while I do that.
What the hell? Make a point, bro. What?
Yeah, make any point. Oh, I found it.
2025. On July 10th, 2025, I was confronted by ICE agents on my way to work. I want you to understand exactly what that looked like. Not because I want sympathy, but because it exposes a crack in the law that must be fixed. I was driving to my job as a security guard at a licensed farm in Camarillo, California. Federal immigration agents were lined across the road leading to the farm. I identified myself as a U.S. citizen and a veteran, but that didn't matter. Agents smashed my window, sprayed tear gas and pepper spray into my car, dragged me out. I was choking on gas, unable to breathe, while officers shouted conflicting commands even after I complied. They pinned me down, one kneeling on my back and another kneeling on my neck, while my hands were already behind me. I was first taken to a Navy base where agents collected my DNA, and after that, I was taken to a detention center and held for 3 days without charges. No phone call, no lawyer, no medical care, even though my skin burned from the chemicals. I wasn't allowed to shower. On July 10th, 2020.
A veteran that's legally in the country that identified themselves as a citizen, arrested, and quite literally not able to get access to medical help, even though their skin was burning, right? They had no power of attorney. Is there any explanation for that?
No, that sounds pretty
And
wrong.
collecting his DNA? What?
No.
That's a violation of multiple constitutionally protected rights.
All right, dude. Obviously, I'm not going to defend that, bro. Like what? ICE was wrong.
Yeah. So I'm like, what is ICE spending their time doing?
They're keeping us safe fundamentally, though. Like that's just one case, though.
What's that?
That's like one case. There's many cases where ICE has done good and kicked out criminals.
Okay. Only 5% of situations in which people are detained by ICE, they have committed a violent crime. Okay.
It doesn't matter if it's violent. Coming into the country is a crime.
Okay. Well, coming into our country unlawfully is not that big of a deal, genuinely. Right. And now, again, in this context,
We're a
there was
nation
no
of laws,
violation of
and
the
they
law,
broke it.
and that they're going after people who are in no violation of the law. Shouldn't one situation be too much? Like, that's absurd.
I mean, sure, you could have some backlash from that for ICE, but
No,
but
because
you gotta
just
understand-
think about it this way. Couldn't they identify that he was a U.S. citizen within the first day?
Yeah, probably.
So then why'd they keep him for 3 days?
I don't know. That was pretty wrong. I told you I'm not going to defend that scenario, but there's plenty of cases where they've kicked out just people who came in here illegally, and that's a good thing. You got to have
Okay.
a strong, secure border.
Okay, well, you want people to be kicked out of the country if they're here undocumented. I don't actually think that makes the country safer and more secure because you're not focusing your time on individuals who actually are a threat to the safety and security of our communities. You're focusing on those that are just coming here for a better life, the American dream, and to benefit their communities and their families.
But for every crime that an illegal commits is one that should have never happened.
Undocumented.
Because they should have never been
Again,
here.
I don't really care if the violation of the law is just coming to the country unlawfully. I don't really give a shit. Do you care?
I mean, it does. I mean, our opinions of the law doesn't really matter. The law is the law.
Our opinion does matter because we're talking about our opinions on politics right now. What do you mean our opinions don't matter when we're talking about them? It's the whole point of the conversation about how we think the law should work. Because we think who we think should be in office is going to affect the law.
No, I mean that our opinions on if the law is right or wrong doesn't matter. You still have to follow it. The law is strict. You can't break the law. And say,
I don't
"Oh,
follow.
care, I'll
I
break
don't
that
follow
law."
laws I disagree with, unless I'm going to have some sort of huge punishment, right? Like, and I'm going to be caught. I don't follow the law
Okay,
unless I
so-
agree with it.
Okay, so if the next person came around and said, "Oh, I'm not,"
And by the
follow
way,
the law, but I
now the
can't
law is the
unwind
law,
someone."
but the law is not the law when the Trump administration violates constitutionally protected rights. The law is not the law when they're violating constitutionally protected rights in terms of due process to a greater extent than the Biden-Harris administration. Not even close, right? So you understand that, again, violating the
Can I get
law isn't
examples of
important
that,
when talking about
actually?
Trump committing crimes and being convicted of 34 felonies. Violating the law doesn't matter when Donald Trump and his administration are currently not releasing all of the Epstein files, even though they were legally
They
mandated
are
to do
releasing
so.
them. Trump signed the Epstein. The
Wait,
act
they
into
did. Wait,
law
they were
to
they
release
were
them.
supposed to
Trump signed
release
it. Why weren't
every
they released
single.
under
Wait,
Biden?
stop.
Why
They were
weren't they released under Biden?
They were
then?
supposed to, due to the law, they were supposed to release every single one already. Every single one should have been released already. Not part of it. Every single one. What did they do? They only released part of it, and it was 2.5 gigabytes of 200 gigabytes. And of what we got, heavily redacted. Okay.
Yeah, that's because of the victims, first off, and then they're gonna release all of
Wait,
them.
and by the
But for question-
way, there was even a picture of Donald Trump that they then tried to scrub after. And if you want to talk about pictures with victims, well, then why is there a picture with Donald Trump where faces are redacted of individuals that he's with?
Yeah, when they were unredacted, they were adults. They found out they were adults and they were like models from some suntan lotion thingy.
But by the way,
They
I
were
don't
adults.
see any evidence that you had that established that they were adults.
No, I mean you could like clearly literally search it up. They were the ones with him with all the females around him. They were found to be
Women.
adults.
Now, if
Yeah.
you're saying that they're adults, now if again, can you answer the question? Can you what was the evidence?
It was no, they unredacted the thing. It was a picture with Trump and then all of them without their faces covered.
I understand, but how do you know based upon that they were of age? And by the way, I just want to let you know they still are victims, by the way. Right? Regardless of whether or not they're of age, even from that context, it's
one
still
of
an
them came out
important
and said
point
that
to
he was,
to
like,
say.
nice.
Why is he in a picture in Epstein's desk, right, with people whose faces are redacted? That's a genuine, realistic question. And the same thing is true for Bill Clinton. Why the fuck is Bill Clinton, right, in pictures that Epstein has with faces of people whose pictures of people whose faces are redacted? That is a huge fucking question. I have no affiliation to Bill Clinton. I have no care for Bill Clinton. And if I can call out Bill Clinton, you should be able to call out Donald Trump.
No, because Trump did nothing wrong. Clinton is actually, on the other hand, is 10 times worse.
This is so dishonest, dude. You're willing to call out
it's not,
Democrats,
because
but
the
not your own
picture-
side.
No, because the picture with Trump in there was when the faces were unredacted, they were adult women, and one of them came out and said that
Where
he
did you
was-
see
he was
that?
nice and respectful to them.
Wait, where did you see that? What was their name?
I mean, I don't know the name off the top of my head. I
Okay, so
literally
then
saw
how do
it
you
on
know
a
they came
TikTok
out and said
video.
this? Where did you see this on TikTok?
It was like an informational video on TikTok.
Okay, I need you to like actually provide a source rather than just say I saw this on TikTok, because I'm on TikTok,
dude.
and by that same notion, me telling you that you're wrong would be enough evidence for you to not accept what you're saying.
It's not true.
True, it is true, because I'm a content creator on TikTok.
No, okay, I get what you're trying to say there. But I mean, you could like not believe me. It doesn't matter. But the pictures with Trump and the women, when they were unredacted, they were all adults.
Again, you have to justify. I'd like to actually see a justification for that, because I haven't seen that yet. Secondly, even if that was the case, that doesn't mean that this isn't concerning,
How is it concerning if they're adults?
because they were victims. That's why their faces are redacted.
I mean, like, how do you know they were like? I don't know if they were victims or not. It's literally just a picture.
Okay. Well, so then why are their faces redacted?
I don't know.
Okay, and also, again, I want to see this basis for where you saw that they were adults. Like, I actually genuinely want to.
No, they were actually adults. I swear, you can search this up.
Again, I'd love to see. Could you give me any evidence? Would you like to look it up real quick while I could talk to someone in the meantime while you try to find that?
If your reasoning is just not believing me, then I
Hey,
won this.
my
'cause I'm
reasoning
right.
is I'm
All it
asking you
takes
for a
is
source, dude. I'm asking
all
you
it
for a
takes
source.
is for you to look it up.
You look it up. Find your own
then-
source. Steve, I'm just
No,
asking you to look up your own sources, okay?
No, Parker, this is how you know you're wrong when your reasoning for like this is simply just saying, "Oh,
I
prove
need
that."
evidence. And your reasoning for this is trust me, bro. Okay? I'm asking you for a
it's not
source,
trust me, bro.
and
I'm
you're saying
right.
that it's unruly for me to ask you for a source or a
I'm not
justification for the
saying
things
it's
you're
unruly.
saying.
I'm just saying, I won this because simply all it takes is for you to look it up and search it, and I'll be right.
That's
Wait,
well, you
hold on, wait.
tell yourself that.
Hold on, wait, Parker. Would you,
All it takes is for you to look it up. All
Hold
it
on,
takes
wait,
is for
Parker.
you to look it up, dude.
real quick.
Why is he saying that for me but not for himself? Like, genuinely, what the fuck, dude? What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you gonna tell me that, but then like act like that you don't need to do that? Are you being lazy right now? Go do it yourself. I'll give you time. I just told you I'll give you time. It's not gonna kick you out of the stream.
You know, I will go find it just to prove you wrong.
Okay, go for it.
I love seeing you get proved wrong.
Yeah, I'm hoping that you give me a source for that. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual. By the way, Cole, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Nina, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. His name is George Radis, and he's been telling his story ever since. True. Thank you so much. Miracle, thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Tina, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Julie, thank you so much for the $10. Really appreciate it. They absolutely are telling Indigenous Americans that their ID are fake. Like, it's actually sick that they're going after Indigenous Americans too, literally because of racial profiling. Jack, thank you so much for the $5. Isabella, thank you so much for the $7. Again, thank you so much. Merry Christmas again to you. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here real quick to help him out. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Let's go on to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here. Do give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
March.
Your
No, I'm
math
just
is
kidding.
really bad. Whenever they say the wrong year, I'm like, oh, geez. You know, what's up? How old are you?
Could you imagine?
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. You know, what's up? How old are you?
Play Farm Sim, Parker.
Not Farm Sim Kid. W Farm Sim Kid. You know, what's up? How old are you? Actually, Farm Sim Fetus. Farm Sim Fetus. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
And do you support Donald Trump?
No. I just wanted to join on to tell everyone that Donald Trump...
He ran... wait, I might have accidentally kicked him out of muscle memory, by the way. If he's still here, make sure to send a guest request back. That actually could have been my fault. I might have unironically just done that on accident. With like, literally without even thinking about it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Remind me of his name, chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Okay, and do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Kamala Harris.
Kamala? Okay. Well, why is your name I own the libs? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. His name was Steve. Hey Steve, if you still hear me, by the way, just send a guest request back. I think I might have accidentally kicked you out. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Play Farm Sim?
Is that a second account? Looks like a different profile picture. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24, born in 2001, and I am not a Trump supporter. I just want to...
Based. RWB, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I actually think he might have just left himself, by the way. Because I don't see him in the guest box. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 30.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Donald Trump?
The reason why I vote for Trump and support him is I kind of like his enforcement of ICE.
Okay. You like his enforcement of ICE. And why do you like that?
Well, I mean, I just don't like the fact that, you know, if people are coming in this country illegally, then, you know, they're taking, you know, jobs from like Americans who could utilize those.
Okay, what tells you they're taking jobs?
I don't know.
No, because
I'm just
like
trolling.
Okay. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Alrighty. Nope, they didn't join in. Let's go to the next individual. Do give it a second for people to join up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Farm Sim?
A whole nother account. Absolutely diabolical. How am I clicking on him out of all of them? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria list on the TikTok screen. Like, seriously, what are the odds of that? What are the odds of me doing that, by the way? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 25.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Donald Trump again.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
I really like his enforcement on ICE. I feel like he was the lesser of two evils between him and Kamala.
Kamala, and why so?
Just because, I feel like anytime I seen a video of her, anytime I seen her on the news, it was all the time. She could never form a sentence or a thought together anytime. I also like his views on abortion. I don't think that abortion is healthcare at all. I think it is a separate human body. It has its own DNA. You know, stuff like that. That's really why I support him.
Okay, if I could play a clip of you right now of Kamala Harris completely getting a sentence out, would you then change your mind on what you just said?
No, because if it was just one instance, then no, not really.
Okay. There's plenty of instances. Could you even give me one instance where she quote unquote couldn't form a sentence?
She goes around in circular logic. I've seen several videos of her.
Okay, what specifically?
Circular logic.
Tell me what she said that was circular logic.
I've seen several videos. I can't remember all of them off the top of my head, but
Can you remember one?
I remember one time she was giving a speech, and it was like she just can't get out a sentence, basically.
You're trolling.
It just doesn't make any sense.
You got to be trolling. Like, seriously, like, you're not really providing an argument. You said you watch things. I'm asking what specifically. Like, do you remember anything she said that didn't make sense?
I've seen several videos, but I swear I'm not trolling. I'm not. I've given you several examples of why I don't.
You didn't give any examples.
Okay, I've given you examples of why I follow Donald Trump more than anybody else has.
Think of the galaxy. Okay. You follow him more than anyone else?
No,
What makes you say that?
Him over Kamala because of the examples I gave you. His views on abortion, his ICE policies. I think we should take care of people that are in America first.
Take care of people who are in America first?
Yeah, like the civilians.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
That have been fighting for this country that are homeless and stuff.
I'm so sorry. I don't know why my microphone was doing that. Sorry, chat. I actually really apologize. That's really loud. Sorry, what you were saying?
Just basically that I think we should take care of civilians first, and I think we have so many veterans that have fought for, our free will and in this country, and a lot of them are homeless on the street, and I think we should take care of them first.
Okay.
Before we allow millions of people to flood in here.
Okay, can I ask you a question then? Can you name any Republican policy that helps out homeless people?
I don't know any off the top of my head, but
I don't think there is one. Genuinely, if you think about it, like, could you even mention one? Like, I don't think anyone could. I actually, like, I've thought about it. I really don't think there's a single thing.
You're probably right, but I think we should change that.
You want to know what Donald Trump was talking about in terms of his healthcare plan recently? Is you should go look and see what you can buy. That's what he was telling people.
Yeah.
So essentially, figure it out yourself. And when on the campaign trail, J.D. Vance said, you should ask Grandma and Grandpa to help out for childcare. That was their plan. Ask Grandma and Grandpa to help out. As if that was never considered.
I think families should be more involved. I mean, I think we as a country should be more family, family is the most important thing. It's God, family, and country.
And Donald Trump really upholds that one.
Well, I think he did better than Biden.
Really? He cheated on every single one of his wives.
Do you have proof of that?
Yes. He paid hush money to Stormy Daniels. He cheated on his wife while she was pregnant.
Well, I don't think you're going to find a single politician out there that hasn't done something bad. Everybody has a record of some sort.
What has Kamala Harris done?
I mean, I don't know any off the top of my head. But what has she done for this country, really?
Well, the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, the $35 cap on insulin for those that are on Medicare. She raised private funds for Central American countries to the tune of $5 billion to reduce the likelihood of people coming here in terms of those countries. American economic insecurity. I can talk about the fact that she high-speed broadband, right, for rural communities into the bipartisan infrastructure bill and helped to negotiate to get past the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, and plenty of other policies under the Biden. Oh, they just left. They just left. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
May 25th, 2000. I'm 25.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I actually do. You gotta look. He released the Epstein files.
Files.
Yeah. Did you
He
not
released,
see that he released them?
He illegally mandates him to, and it's only 2.5 gigabytes of 200 gigabytes.
Okay, but I'm literally saying he released them, and then you're literally trying to deny that he didn't release them all.
He didn't release them all.
Okay. Let's be really clear here. I mean, Trump, yeah, he's a pedophile. I mean, he's not good, but he's more America first than Kamala Harris.
You're trolling. You've got to be trolling. You've got to be trolling.
No, I'm being dead serious. No, like even you said with the files, dude, you were saying like with the release, you said he didn't release them, but he
genuinely, for the sake of fucking humanity right now, can you just admit you're trolling?
Okay, let's be real here. Trump's a pedophile. He doesn't care about anybody, and Trump sold out.
Yeah, you're definitely trolling. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
42.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
100% Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
His policies.
Okay, and what policies? You swiped out of the app. I can't hear you while you're swiped out of the app.
Yeah, sorry. All of them. Well, the majority of them. His immigration policy.
Which one?
Sending the immigrants back to their homeland.
The galaxy. And which policy did that?
Reducing immigrants in the country.
Even legal?
Of course not legal immigrants.
Well, he got rid of the temporary protected status for people who have legal status in this country.
His overall his immigration policy. Yeah, there's not every single aspect of anyone's policy, and there's even aspects of the Democratic policies that I agree with, but their overall policies I'm against.
Okay, so if you want to deport people,
wait a second. Can you agree that there's nuances in each party that you can agree with? Some things are good, some things are bad, or you're just full on 100% against Republicans, every single portion and parts of their policy? Is that how you think?
Of course, there are some things you agree with and some things you disagree with. The point I'm trying to make is that
we have an agreement on that.
Yeah, of course. So the point I'm making is that Donald Trump is significantly worse. So these are just evidence towards the fact that on your own point that he's worse on immigration. We can
Okay,
also
well, maybe
go ahead.
I don't want to cut you off, but maybe you can inform me why you think that the Biden immigration policy was better when during the Biden administration, all the borders were basically open and it was just a free open border. And how did that help us as opposed to the Trump? So you could tell me why it was better, and maybe I'll concede to the fact that what you're saying is correct or otherwise.
So I don't think the border was open. The border being open would indicate that there was no restrictions. Or it was unrestricted. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you. There were definitely people deported under the Biden-Harris administration.
So what I see that you like to do is you like to be very technical when you're replying, and you only concede to very particular things that right now, like you're saying, the border wasn't completely open. It was technically not open, but I
So
live
then
in
stop saying
California.
it. That's what's annoying. It's annoying that people keep saying open borders when they don't even know what that means. It's kind of annoying, like genuinely.
No. What's annoying is that you cherry pick.
I say what you were saying was wrong.
No, you're cherry picking how you're saying it to insinuate that it wasn't people freely coming over that border.
It wasn't. It wasn't.
It was though. I live in California.
I live in California too. What are you talking about?
Now, do you live in San Diego?
I live in LA.
Well, I live in San Diego. So we would literally see people flowing across the border.
So you live on the border?
Right next to it, yeah.
Like on the border? Like
Right
it's within?
next to it.
Is it?
See, you always.
No, I'm
you
asking.
always
I'm just
fall
asking.
back.
Is it visual
You always
to you?
fall back to. You always fall. Your strategy is always to fall back.
I'm asking you clarifying questions. I'm just trying to clarify questions. Can you visualize?
Clarifications.
Hey, dude. Do you see the border from your house?
Of course not. Not many people can see the border from their house.
So then you weren't watching people just come across the border.
We were. We could see people throughout our day.
Throughout your day, come across the border. So
in the city I live in, I'm not going to give.
Do you work near the border?
I live in, but yes, you could see.
You work within visual of the border. Or are you just racially profiling people?
No, not at all. How was it racially profiling? It was over every even left-wing media news channel.
No, I'm not. No, but you're saying you were seeing undocumented immigrants come into the country.
Yes,
unless you were literally at the border.
They'd be hitchhiking on the freeways by my house.
That doesn't necessarily mean that they're in the country undocumented.
Okay, well, when you see like 10, 15, 20 this day, the next couple days later, another 5, you make the assumption.
I would, actually, what I would assume.
But no, I guess people.
No, actually, stop.
Hitchhike in LA?
People
hitchhike in LA?
By the way,
I do
see situations where that's happening. Now, can I please, again, on the street, there are families walking all the time. I wouldn't assume.
Stop lying to yourself.
Can I please speak? Can I please speak without you cutting me off? Wait, you said off the freeway, so you're saying it depends on the connotation. Are your freeways right next to?
Here we go again. You want to be.
You're like crashing out and not letting me speak.
You want to cast doubt. It's just what you're doing. It's what you do.
Keep crashing out. I'll let you crash out.
I'm not.
Let me know when you're done.
That's your problem.
I don't know why you scrolled on my live to talk to me. Like, you don't want to hear from me?
I mean, here's
That's the most embarrassing thing to say while you're in my live stream and you waited in my guest box to be brought up. That's kind of embarrassing. Like, I don't know why you said that. That's like, that was just straight for attention. Like, you just said that for attention there.
And I wanted to show people.
Because you're crashing out.
What you're saying is utter nonsense.
Nothing I'm saying is nonsense.
The way you make an argument is nonsensical.
Okay. Well, you didn't even tell me what was nonsensical. You're just like yelling over me right now. Okay. If you want to let me speak.
I told you multiple times. I've literally told you multiple times while we're talking.
Okay. So if someone is.
You cherry pick details. And then you freaking gaslight. Go ahead, though.
Okay.
Continue.
How did I gaslight you?
Go ahead. Keep talking. I'll point it out when you do it again because you can't help it.
Just give me one circumstance where I gaslit.
First, gaslighting. Do you live on the border? So you're gaslighting, saying, well, if you don't actually live on the border.
Asking him if he lives on the border is gaslighting, chat. Oh, my God.
Asking in the condescending way that you're
doing.
Yeah.
I said it in a condescending way now. Oh, yeah.
Speech, and then there's way that you're speaking. You're speaking in a manner that's condescending, and you're gaslighting me by the question you're asking, and then the way that you're speaking.
So I asked a clarifying question, and you're crashing out and trying to say I'm gaslighting, and you're
I'm
grasping
not,
for straws.
For one, I'm not even crashing out. I'm actually.
You like actually are. You just said I was gaslighting, and it was clearly not gaslighting. Like you don't even know what that is.
If you see my face, I have a dumb little smirk on my face like you do too. This is comical to me.
You're so mad, you dumb little smirk. Dude, I'm obviously making you crash out just by being, just by laughing at you. I'm making you crash out. It's kind of funny.
I'm laughing with you, bro, because you're not
at yourself.
Sense.
Yeah, if you're laughing with me, you're laughing at yourself. Then
I'm laughing because you're not really making sense, dude. The way that you structure your counter argument to my statement is gaslighting. And you're
so it's gaslighting for me to tell you that you're wrong and the border wasn't actually open. That's somehow gaslighting.
Okay, Parker, if this makes you feel better, legally, they said the border was not open.
Oh.
Right?
Okay, so you concede now. No, so I wasn't gaslighting, right?
No. If you let me finish, see, and there you go. You're not letting me finish.
Wait, was that not what you were just doing?
Do you want to keep gaslighting?
That's not gaslighting to interrupt you, genius.
No,
interruptions are not gaslighting.
When you're interrupting,
dude, this guy does not know what gaslighting is to save his life, dude.
Interrupting. Well, here we go. If you let me finish again, I'm pointing. I'm gonna structure what you're doing as gaslighting. If you let me finish.
Go ahead.
Okay. So when you interrupt in a condescending manner.
Okay, I'm not gonna do that anymore. That was just for fun. He's crashing, Ned. He's crashing. He's so crashing.
You turned off my microphone because you didn't want people to hear the truth.
Go ahead.
You turned off my microphone because you don't want people to hear how
I'm so scared of the truth. Oh my gosh. Whoa. Oh, so terrifying. Whoa.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is Parker continuing to gaslight in a condescending manner. Keep going, dude.
Parker making jokes is gaslighting. Woo.
Keep going. You're only making my point.
I'm somehow making your point. Go ahead.
You're making it for me, dude.
Okay.
Oh, you know what I did want to ask you though, on off the topic of the border, because obviously you're saying technically it wasn't open, but in reality, it was open. Whether lawfully it was open, in reality it was open, and can you concede to that lawfully, yes, you and I can both agree that the border was not lawfully open, right? That's what you're trying to say. I agree with you, but technically, people were coming over tens of thousands a month.
Okay, well that happened under the yes, but then under your definition,
okay, thank you.
The Trump administration,
we're not far off from each other, right?
Under the Trump administration, that was happening as well under his first term. Therefore, you think the border was open under Trump's first administration?
No. It wasn't happening in the record numbers that it was under the Biden administration. So I would agree with you. During parts of a lot of Trump's first administration, there were people flowing over, but not nearly as many as Biden's administration.
Okay, so you could have said the same thing in comparison to Obama to Trump, because there was actually a significantly less people coming to the country under Obama comparative to Trump under his first term.
And guess what? We're not talking about Trump. We're not talking about Obama, but now you're throwing in another curveball.
So would it have been justified for us to say that Trump had an open border under his first term?
No, Trump didn't have an open border.
Okay, but it was significantly more than Obama.
Well, Obama deported more than Trump's deported in his first term than Trump has in both of his terms. Or in his terms, and Trump has so far in both of his terms.
Yeah, that's 8 years. That's 8 years, by the way, comparative
to
less with Trump.
Did he not? Would you agree with that?
Sure. Yeah. What's wrong? What's wrong with that under your position?
No, there's nothing wrong with that. But I want to ask you something. Why was it wrong? Why is it wrong that Trump's doing it, but it was okay when Obama was doing it?
Well, I don't think that. I believe that Obama, in situations in which he deported individuals who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, I would disagree with that. And I just think that they held a significantly greater level of due process than the Trump administration.
So my question for you is, why is the media making such a huge deal that Trump's doing it and making him out to be a monster because of it?
Trump's violating due process rights to a greater extent. And there were protests under Obama's administration as well.
Why wasn't it televised?
It was.
You never heard about anything about Obama being the deporter in chief. You didn't till after the fact. Till
That was
everyone
literally
got
the
facts and started
nickname that
running.
people gave to him. What are you talking about? You just used
Yeah,
the nickname that
but
people
I know,
referred to
but
him as,
it wasn't
and you
till
said no one
after
referred
the
to him
fact.
as this nickname that he's commonly referred to as.
As of now, as of recently, I never heard it back in the day. It wasn't there, but it didn't exist back in the day till recently. Till
Okay.
everyone looked at facts and were like, "Oh, Democrats."
Real
are
question
blowing
for the
smoke
people
up
who
our
are older
ass.
in the chat. For the people who are older in the chat, because I was literally in first grade,
Of
like
course, your
at
whole
the
chat's
beginning of
going to
the
agree with you. They're
administration.
Democrats. Of course,
Hey,
they're going
dude.
to agree with you to make me look wrong. Come on,
I'm just
gaslighting. There you
hey,
go again.
How is it gaslighting me? Gaslighting for
Because
me
you're
to
trying to
Hey,
pull
hey,
on
chill,
a consensus.
I'm just
Well,
just
you just asked me
asking.
how is it gaslighting. I'm going to tell you.
Well, let me finish first.
Okay,
In
go
terms of
ahead.
this, I'm just asking the chat to clarify because they're older and they would probably have a recollection of it. You know that
Okay,
the
so now
chat
you're
does
asking in a
disagree with
politer
me.
manner, not a gaslighting
The
manner,
chat
but go
does
ahead.
disagree with me, right? In
Your
situations
chat
in
never
which I'm
disagrees with
wrong.
you.
Really?
Your chat never disagrees. Not only do
Chat.
they not
I
disagree
think
with you,
the Earth is flat. Do you agree with the Earth is flat?
Parker,
Do you agree that?
Parker, literally,
Do you guys think the
after
Earth
talking
is
to you,
flat?
may I
Do you
speak? May I
guys think
speak?
the Earth is flat? I think that right now.
See,
Do you think the Earth is
letting me
flat?
talk.
Oh wait,
But
look
it's
at
your
that.
show.
They didn't
It's the
agree with
Parker
me.
show.
No, they
It's the
disagreed
Parker
with me.
show.
Oh my gosh.
It's the Parker Show, everyone. Welcome to the Parker Show.
Literally.
Are you done?
You're on my show, yeah.
Are you done? This is basically the I Hate Trump show, but you could call it whatever you want. You're still riding Trump's coattails.
I'm talking about the president because he's the president and we're talking about
Every day of your
politics.
life. Every day of your life, you talk about the
Yeah,
president.
because we talk about politics
When you
here.
could actually be doing, things that matter.
This does matter. There's literally, if it didn't matter, you wouldn't join the live. There's nearly 10,000 people in the live.
I'm only joining the live.
Okay.
I'm only
There's
joining the
nearly
live
10,000
because
people in the live,
I'm
and you're
only
going to tell me
joining
I'm
the
not doing
live.
something
Are
productive.
you gonna let me
Like, do
finish?
you realize how embarrassing that is for you to say
I'm
that on
only
a
joining the
stage,
live
the
because
largest
the people
stage? By
that
the
you
way,
get in here
I just want to
debating you,
clarify. Have you ever
you're
been on
generally
a
smarter
answer this
than
question?
them, and you
Have you
can
ever
outtalk 'em.
answer this question? Have you ever been on a stage in front of 10,000 people, near 10,000 people?
10,000 people that agree with me?
No, I'm just
Is that what you're trying to
any
say?
stage in your life. Have you ever been on any stage
You're
in your
on a
life?
stage, Parker.
He's just not listening.
With 6,000 people that agree with you.
Well, there's also 3,000 people on YouTube. So I'm saying
Your
nearly
message
10.
is not really getting
Hey,
out
listen.
there. It's only going to
Hey.
it's only getting out there to your specific group of people. And
Specific.
after I get off with you, right? Your hateful group of people will be like.
Well, I just want to. That's still getting to a lot of people, by the way. And also, I just want to clarify.
Parker, they're all.
Can I please finish?
Mostly agree with you.
You could,
not
regardless of
reaching
whether or not.
anyone
Wait, regardless of whether or not that's true, you understand that I can give arguments to people who are on the left as well. That serves a purpose as well. That's doing something, genius.
Not
now,
one
I know you're
time is
crashing
there
out and
someone
you
on the
can't
left
acknowledge
that
that
you
this
give
is
an argument.
meaningful. I know you're crashing out and you can't acknowledge that this is meaningful, but it's really absurd
not
for you to
really,
say
though.
on the largest stage you've ever been on in your fucking life that it's not meaningful to be
that's
on
the
that
thing.
stage trying to change people's minds
you grew
while
up
you're
in a
trying to
culture-
do that right now. Like, literally.
Okay, I'm going to let you finish because you're crashing out.
I'm not crashing out. I was making a point that was clearly obvious.
It offended you because I said that you're only talking to people that have the same ideology as you, and that offended you for some reason.
That didn't offend me. I just said it didn't make sense that
Well,
wouldn't
then why
mean
did you
that
crash
even
out?
even if that were true, which by the way, you in the live is evidence that that's not true, right? Because you don't agree with me.
I'm
So
in
let
the
me clarify.
live
Let me
because I'm
let me,
off
dude.
today,
I have to mute you
and
when I
see
speak because
people-
you're. Hold up. Let me mute him because he apparently doesn't know how to stop talking. Okay, I can keep muting you. Like if you want to do that, you're clearly crashing out and you can't stop speaking. Right. So again, you are on the largest stage you've ever been on in your life. You chose to come up here because you wanted to change people's minds. You're only trying to say that it is not impacting people in a positive manner because you're jealous and mad and angry about the fact that I'm able to influence people. Even if everyone in the chat agreed with me, which is not true because you literally disagree with me. Even if that were the case, that still wouldn't mean that this doesn't change things or benefit people because people who are on the left are able to hear arguments that are good and then adopt those within their life and convince people within their life as well, which I've known plenty of people in the chat that have done that exact same thing. And hell, I've had people come up to me in person and tell me that.
I'm sorry, I disagree with you.
Yeah.
And I had
go
an
ahead.
argument for that too, but you're probably mute me.
No,
So
go ahead.
I would say that 99.5% of your viewers all agree with you. Look at what they're saying. These are the people that agree with you. All of them. They're all negative. They're all just like you. They're all pretty much hateful. Look how they talk to. Look at piece of shit. That's me. A bottle. Look at crashing out, which I'm not. It's just hateful, dude. They're hateful people. and you don't even see it. The sad thing is that you're hateful too, and you don't even see it. You are the fascist that you guys decry.
Okay, how am I hateful?
You are, Parker.
How am I hateful?
You guys are. Okay. Whatever.
I said, how am I hateful? He's gonna
Well,
watch.
look
He's
at your
gonna
whole
run
chat.
away. He's gonna run
Your
away.
whole chat is hateful.
Wait, that doesn't
You're
make me
just like
hateful.
them.
Wait, that doesn't make me hateful. That means other people
would you
are.
agree that your
So
chat's
could you tell
hateful?
me?
Would you agree that your chat's
I don't.
hateful?
I don't think my chat's hateful, but I think you're
Look at-
pivoting
look
from
what they're
answering the
saying.
question. I think you're pivoting from answering the
Scroll
question.
back. Scroll back and look at what they're saying. All
How about that? How about this?
hateful,
I
negative
accept that we're hateful towards fucked up people, right? Like we hate pedophiles. We hate Hitler. We
Agree.
hate horrible people. We hate Donald Trump, right? Like there's reasons to hate
Disagree.
bad people. Now, let me address this. If you think that's hateful within an entirety of a respect, that's ridiculous because you yourself would then be defined as hateful, as there are some bad people that you hate.
So let's say it this way. Let's say it this way, right? Statistically, if it makes you feel better, statistically, overall, you guys are hateful. Look at your chat. It's proving my point.
Wait, you just said that this isn't representative of all people, so why would my chat be representative of all people?
Statistically representative of people that think like you, the majority of you guys are hateful, and your chat is proving it.
Okay. Wait, so do you think, I have a question. If like a candidate for president was considered hateful to you, do you think that that would mean that you'd stop supporting them?
That's apples and oranges.
Well, okay,
That's
so
apples
you
and
don't
oranges.
really care about it?
I'm speaking about the entirety, the collective of people that think like you.
Yeah, so like if I engaged in
hateful.
death threats, would that be condemnable?
Anyone who engages in death threats, whether on the right, the left, or your collective woke following, it's condemnable, 100%.
Okay, so then you condemn Donald Trump for calling for the death of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow
here's the thing,
unlawful
Parker.
orders.
Here's the thing. And here's the thing. Another thing that's going to elicit hate from your people, right, is I'm Christian. Of course I condemn Donald Trump when he does something that's incorrect and wrong. That's a difference between the Christian conservatives, right? And there's a lot of us, and not all of us on the conservative party are Christian. There's some hateful conservative people. There's some freaking racist white people on the conservative side. I would agree with you. But the majority of the party, right? And I would say speak for myself because I can only speak for myself, right? Of course, when Donald Trump says something and puts his foot in his mouth, and he does all the time, I'm like, oh, what is this guy thinking? So, I mean, and here's the difference between me and us and your party. When your people do it, you'll defend them to the end, and you won't even say they did one thing wrong, and you'll keep the lie up. And that's the difference between me and probably you.
Okay. So I definitely don't hate Christians. I just hate when people utilize Christianity to harm marginalized communities. I think that's definitely not what Christianity should represent. I mean, what I grew up learning in terms of Christianity was about love, respectfulness, being kind to one another, being there for your community. That's how I viewed Christianity, not how the hateful bigots used Christianity today. Secondly,
Here it is.
you called me. Secondly, you called me a fascist. You called me a fascist. Can you tell me what a fascist is?
Let's finish that thought that you're having. No. Tell me. Well, finish telling me your thoughts on Christianity because I'm curious to know them.
Well, I believe Christianity is false, but I don't like hate all Christians. I want to coalition build with progressive and liberal Christians. I like their perspectives on things. I just disagree with the worldview. I think that there can be a healthy disagreement on religion, and there's no big deal.
Okay. Well, okay, I agree with you, but I would say you personally and what I personally think does not translate to the entirety of what our collective side of the aisle thinks, right? I would say your collective side of the aisle doesn't agree with Christianity. They hate Christians, and they
No, I don't. I don't hate my mom. You think I hate my mom?
Even your chats.
Wait, stop. Wait, hold up. I have a question. I have a question. Do you think I hate my mother? Do you stop? Do you think I hate my mother? My mom's Christian. Do you think I hate my mom?
Well, of course, no one hates their mom, and I'm not saying that you particularly.
Well, obviously some people do, but
I just said, Parker, that you and I can think one way, but the collective of the party that we're in holds a different ideology and a far further either right or far further left leaning thoughts when it comes to Christianity. And I would say, okay, you're somewhere middle of the aisle. I would say most of your party and most of the people in this chat are far left, and they really don't like Christians because they really truly believe, right, that because I'm Christian, on that sole identity of me being Christian, that I hate gay people, that I hate transgender, and all these things are not true.
Okay. Well, again, no one even made the claims about that yet. You just kind of are making up hypothetical scenarios in your brain to get mad at. But if you want to talk about the
I
things you
wasn't
brought
mad
up
at all.
earlier,
I'm stating facts.
without you cutting me off, I'd love for you to answer this question. Can you define fascism?
Well, I'm not going to let you totally freaking debase what I just said right now and then ask a question about fascism to move forward because you're trying to move off the subject of
I brought up 2 things. You've done that multiple times in this conversation. I actually wrote down 4 things for me to respond to, and I was never even able to respond to the 4 things because you cut me off after one thing I brought up. So could you just define fascism? Because I've already asked you this question.
Well, I'm not. Let's stay on the topic of Christianity and why do you think?
Hey, you're focused on that. Actually, I wrote down fascism first.
Fascism.
I would love to talk about fascism first.
Okay. So fascism defined, and mind you, I don't have a laptop. I'm just going off the top of my head right
That's
here.
fine.
Right? Fascism is defined as oppression from a position of power, right? And it's stopping one side from saying, and controlling the narrative. That's what I would say. It's oppression from the position of power, and from a powerful person. So what is fascism defined in your definition of it?
Okay, well, I mean, I would define it on the 14 points of fascism: powerful and continuing nationalism, disdain for the recognition of human rights, identification of enemies/scapegoats as unifying cause, supremacy of the military, rampant sexism, controlled mass media, obsession with national security, religion and government intertwined, corporate power protected, labor power suppressed, disdain for the intellectuals and the arts, obsession with crime and punishment, rampant cronyism and corruption, and fraudulent elections. Now, you don't have to be applicable to every single one of these, and just being applicable to one of them doesn't make you a fascist, but it's most of them together that defines someone as a fascist. Right, that's typically how we're utilizing the term, and to me that sounds a lot like Donald Trump. And for you to say that sounds like me, I think would be ridiculous. And I think your definition. I'm still finishing my statement. I'm still finishing my statement. I'm still finishing my statement. I'm addressing all of the things that you said, and you won't let me address all the things that you said. I'm going to just mute you and do it. Your definition being oppression from a position of power and stopping like the opponent's narratives. Well, one, they didn't stop opponents' narratives. They allowed for those narratives to continue. They disagreed with them, and they tried to get people to not believe them. But that doesn't mean that they stopped them from happening. And then also, oppression would just be defined as unjust. It seems like you're just defining it as like an unjust action from a government or from a position of power towards treatment towards a population.
You done? Are you done? So you read that off something. You didn't know that off the top of your head, correct? Right or wrong?
Yeah, I read the 14 points of fascism off. Yes.
Exactly. So did you know that by heart?
Well, I know a huge portion of them. I could tell you off the top of my head. I could close my eyes.
No, did you know it by heart? Did you know it by heart? Yes or no?
I don't know every single one by heart, but I know most of them.
You don't. But see, the way that you're doing it, right?
Well, you used it. You said I was a fascist, and I think that you're misusing the term.
Come on. Are you going to let me finish?
I think you're misusing the term, and you called me a fascist.
Are you going to let me finish?
Yeah, I will.
So even within the context of this conversation, right? Between you and I, who holds the power?
Who holds the power?
You do.
Technically, yeah.
You hold the power of the microphone, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You hold the power to mute me. You've done it multiple times, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You've done it multiple times.
Yeah. Do you think it's
right?
fascist
let me
for
finish.
me? Nope. I'm going to be a fascist right now and do that. Do you think it's fascist for me to kick off people?
Prove my point. Thank you.
No. Listen.
Prove my point, bro.
Hey, actually, you're listen real quick. I'm making a point. Okay. So, would me kicking off people who don't
you just made a whole point.
Okay, man.
You just made a 5-minute page.
I'll let you go. It's fine. I'll make the point after. It's okay.
So you done? Thank you.
Ahead.
So within this microcosm that we're in, TikTok, right? Who holds the power in this conversation, me or you?
Me.
Exactly. Who is able to mute who? Can I mute you and stop you from talking?
No.
Who read 14 points of fascism like it was coming off the top of their head and they know it by heart? You. I don't have any of those resources right here. I'm just a person, conservative, having a conversation, right? But in this context, you would be the fascist, because you control the power in this conversation. And not only do you control it, you've muted me. And then you've also read 14 points of fascism, which most of them I agree with, right? But you read it in a way to cherry pick my argument against you and your and your type of fascism, right? And with 14 points, you can cherry pick anything you want within those 14 points, and it'll make you look right. But in reality, you're the oppressor because you're holding the power within this conversation, and you know exactly what you're doing because you do this every day of your life. So I would say that you're fascist. Yes, correct. Within those 14 points, you land somewhere within those. And if you read them again, because you read them so fast, I really couldn't hear you. But we could pick out exactly where you land. But yes, that's why I think you're fascist. But not only that, your party does it on a grander scale because your party, the left, Democratic Party, and you're going to be like, I never said I was a Democrat. You always do that. But you are, because you're aligned with them for the most part. They do it because they own all the media companies. Majority of them, except one. Fox. And here's the thing, as a conservative, I don't even agree with what Fox says. I think Fox is capitalist, just like all the other media companies that are Democrat, right? And they're only out for their bottom dollar. There's probably only a Fox that exists because they make money because they know conservatives watch it. That's probably the only reason why Fox exists. But anyway, personally, I don't watch media news channels. But anyway, go ahead. That's what I think. I think you're a fascist. I think you've proved that you're a fascist within the context of the situation that we're in right now.
See how he goes for so long, and but like I literally make one point, and like he has to cut me off. So that's just one thing. Oh, you see what I mean? You see, he proving my point.
Gaslight.
So I'm not gaslighting. That's just what happened. You can watch back the video on YouTube. I have a question. Me kicking off someone who doesn't actually disagree with the topic, would that be fascist?
Here you go. Picking out nuanced little things. This is what you always do. You do it every time, Parker. You pick out some nuance, something so small and nuanced that I would agree with, and you're like, no, see there, I'm right. You do that every time with every person. Like I said, we can agree on different particular parts of any conversation or any topic, right? But it doesn't mean we agree with the whole thing, right? So yes, there's parts of fascism that I would agree with you that you and I are both doing, or you're doing and I'm doing, whatever argument you're trying to make this time, whatever nuanced argument you're trying to make this time to make yourself look right.
Okay, I know it's hard for you, but I'm going to ask you the question again. Okay, your standard was that me muting someone or kicking them off my live is going to make me a fascist. So all I did was say, would me kicking someone off for not disagreeing with the topic be considered fascism because I'm limiting their speech under your perspective?
You know what? And here's what you're going to say. You're going to relate that to one specific instance where Donald Trump did it. Go ahead. But yes, I would agree with that. What did Donald Trump do? Come on, Parker. You have
this
it
is
lined up.
nothing. I promise you, I'm not going to say anything about Donald Trump.
One time, a long time ago in 1998. What did he do?
Hey, I'm literally right now, I'm just establishing that you don't believe that I'm a fascist. I know it's hard for you to go through and you're clearly crashing out, but let me please finish.
That you're a fascist. I've already stated that. Why do you ask
and I'm trying to
clarify?
Yeah, we're having a conversation about that, and I'm trying to convince you that you don't actually believe that. Now let me finish doing so. So again, you don't believe that me just kicking someone off or muting them necessarily implies that I'm a fascist, right? Obviously, because if I mute and kick...
I just said I did.
Okay, so if I mute and kick someone that doesn't disagree with the topic, that is just coming up here trying to talk about Marvel movies, right? Does that make me a fascist?
That's apples and oranges. You're comparing apples to oranges. That does not apples to oranges. We're on
apples and oranges are comparable within the sense that they're a fruit. So what about the comparison do you disagree with?
Like a monkey. Apple, orange, politic, apple. Come on, bud.
What are you doing?
You know what you're saying is ridiculous.
No, it's not. I'm obviously not a fascist just for muting someone or kicking them on my live stream. One, because again, this isn't the law. Okay? This is my own platform. You can believe that business owners on their own platforms can control how those businesses operate.
This
You
is
can
your
believe
business.
that while simultaneously not being a fascist. You think just people being able to operate and control who's in their business is going to be fascism? That a business owner can do that? What are you talking about? It's only in the context of the federal government
go ahead.
restricting
Go ahead.
access to it that you'd say it have any type of association with fascism. And by the way, that's not even fascism in of itself.
Incorrect.
It requires a lot more than that just to be
Incorrect.
considered fascism.
Incorrect. Are you ready? I said this was in this microcosm that is TikTok, and in this conversation, you hold the power of the mute button, and you use it. So you're a fascist.
Me muting someone is not fascism, okay? One, because it's not the federal government doing so. And
Wait,
two,
wait, let me answer.
limiting free speech
In
alone
your
is
14
not
points of
just a
fascism,
qualification for
controlling
fascism.
what people say is considered fascism, correct?
Okay,
or not
do you want me
correct?
to read them off? Hey, listen, that's
No, you
only
don't have to read them 'cause
I
you're
already
gonna read
told
them
you
too
this.
fast, and if you see the one
listen,
that
I won't
if
read
you
it too
see the one
fast.
that
I won't read it
applies
too
to you,
fast.
You're gonna breeze
Hey,
right
dude,
over it.
Hey, dude, it's okay. Just hitting one of the points does not make you a fascist, okay? That's not what I was saying. You have to hit most of them in order to be considered a fascist. I already clarified that. Does that make sense? And I can read them off. I'll read them off very slow for you. Is that okay?
No, that's the first time you said that you have to hit most of them to be considered a fascist.
I actually said that already. Do you want to bet?
Well, you might have, but I thought this
I
was the
did.
first time you're saying it. But either way, I'm looking at it as a power structure, fascism as a power structure, position of power, oppressing the person without power. That's how I'm looking at it. So it doesn't apply. Your nuanced, insignificant argument stating that you already said that and hopes that it's going to make me wrong and you right to this whole audience does not apply here. But go ahead if you want to rewind it. And it makes you feel better to be what you think is right only in your own head. Go ahead.
Okay. I obviously don't think, quote unquote, just power oppressing others is considered fascism. Like, again, fascism is a bit more. Yeah.
I'm clipping
That's not the full definition of fascism. You clip it if you'd like. The full definition of fascism is a little bit more nuanced than that. It's a little bit more hyper specific. Fascism.
Everything you talk about.
Can I please finish without you cutting me off?
Specificity to control.
To clarify.
No. To control the narrative of the conversation to go in the direction.
Can I please speak?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. The first point is powerful and continuing nationalism. Fascist regimes tend to make constant use of patriotic mottos, slogans, symbols, songs, and other paraphernalia, and flags are seen everywhere, as flags are seen on symbols, on clothing, and in public displays. Number 2, disdain for the recognition of human rights. Because of fear of enemies and the need for security.
Does not apply to the Conservative Party. The first one, in your nuanced thought process and how you work it, all of that did not apply to the Conservative Party. But go ahead. Both of those didn't apply. So we got 12, 2 out of 14 that didn't apply so far. Keep going.
So to clarify, you don't think powerful and continuing nationalism applies to Donald Trump? What does MAGA mean?
To the left. It doesn't apply to the left or the right. We are not nationalist in that sense.
Yes, you are. Trump is, at least.
No. Okay. So what Trump thinks, just like what Parker thinks, applies to his whole collective audience of 7,000 people. Is that what you're saying? Because that's what you're saying. You're just reversing it.
I know how this whole conversation is going to go because
you just flipped, dude.
Listen. I know when
you just said what I think doesn't apply to them and what they think doesn't apply to me, but what Trump thinks applies.
I know
to
when
all
people
his party.
dispute. Hey, dude. I know when people dispute certain things, like number 1, that means that they're just being dishonest and disingenuous, because this is one of the most obvious points that's obviously applicable to Donald Trump. And like I already said, just one of them being applicable to Trump does not make him fascist. So you disputing this one kind of tells me how this entire conversation is going to go, and that you're going to dispute every single one without reason, regardless,
it wasn't applicable to the Conservative
because you're
Party
immature and childish and you're crashing out. Okay,
I didn't
you
say
have
it
to.
didn't
You have
apply
to
to
be
Donald
honest.
Trump.
You have to be honest.
I said what applies to Donald Trump doesn't apply to the party as an entirety, and you're being dishonest by saying that. That's the statement that I was making.
Yeah. So again, you were trying to claim that number 1 wasn't applicable. So I know that it's obvious that you're just being.
Party.
Do you see? I can't.
Conservative Party.
Hey, dude. Do I have to mute you every single time I speak just to be able to get out a sentence?
Well, when you're lying, I'm
not lying.
Speak up for myself.
I'm not lying. That's exactly what you said.
I said what Trump believes doesn't apply to the entire conservative party, and you're making a whole argument.
I never said it did.
Stating that you just did a couple minutes ago. Rewind the tape.
I didn't.
Rewind the tape. Rewind it. Come on, you like rewinding. Go ahead. Rewind it. Dude, 3 minutes ago.
didn't.
You just said that.
No, I
Rewind
didn't.
it.
I'm not going to play 3 minutes of it just
exactly.
for you
now
to
you don't
figure
wanna
that
play
out.
It because you know.
Okay, I'll do it because he's just so annoying, dude. This guy's so annoying. Okay, we'll
See,
go back.
there goes that hate, that left liberal hate.
I
dude.
just called you annoying. It's a little bit more hyper-specific. Fascism.
Everything you talk about.
Can I please finish without you cutting me off?
Specificity to control.
To clarify.
No. To control the narrative of the conversation to go in the direction.
Can I please speak?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. The first point is powerful and continuing nationalism. Fascist regimes tend to make constant use of patriotic mottos, slogans, symbols, songs, and other paraphernalia, and flags are seen everywhere, as flags are seen on symbols, on clothing, and in public displays. Number 2, disdain for the recognition of human rights. Because of fear of enemies and the need for security.
Does not apply to the Conservative Party. The first one, in nuanced.
There you go. Exactly what I said. Saying it again. Doesn't apply to the Conservative Party what Donald Trump thinks.
But go ahead. Both of those didn't apply. So we got 12, 2 out of 14 that didn't apply so far. Keep going.
To the party, to the Conservative Party.
Powerful and continuing nationalism applies to Donald Trump?
Now you're applying to Donald Trump.
Like, it doesn't apply to the left or the right. We are not nationalist in that sense.
Yes, you are. Trump is, at least.
No. Okay.
You just proved me right, Parker. Thank you.
What Trump thinks, just like what Parker thinks, applies to his whole collective audience of 7,000 people. Is that what you're saying? Because now that's what you're saying. You're just reversing it.
I know how this whole conversation is going to go because
you just flipped, dude.
Listen. I know when
you just said
people,
what I think doesn't apply to them and what they think doesn't.
Why am I muting you? Because you're talking over the clip you just told me to play. Like,
yes,
we can't hear the
exactly
clip when you're talking over it, dude. This
exactly
guy is so
what we said,
insufferable.
wrong.
He talks over himself, dude. Stop, bro. Just chill. Stop.
You're so narcissistic. You can't even admit when you're.
I'm narcissistic for
wrong.
telling you just to let me play the clip that you literally begged me to play. Do you want to hear the clip? Yes or no?
We just heard the clip, and it.
We didn't. We didn't even get to. You claimed. Listen, you claimed.
I didn't say Donald Trump wasn't nationalist.
Listen.
I said it doesn't apply to conservatives.
Hey, I'm trying to get you to listen. You were trying to claim that, again, I made a claim that Trump is representative of all Republicans. Nowhere did I say that. That didn't play.
You're implying it, dude.
When did I imply it? Can you tell me? Be specific.
You said Donald Trump. This is Donald Trump, verbatim, and you read that off, right? You're implying it to the whole party, and then all I stated was that.
I don't know where you got that from.
So
I don't think I ever said that.
Ask you a question then. Okay, great. So you never said it? Is the Conservative Party fascist?
I think the Conservative Party in general,
Can't even answer it.
Their candidate is fascist. So technically they are right now running a fascist candidate.
Running a fascist
But is
candidate.
everyone within the Republican Party a fascist? No, there are Republicans that support Harris.
Yeah, they're like what? How few Republicans support Harris? None.
What do you mean none?
Anyway,
there are obviously people. There are people in the comment section right now that obviously meet that criteria.
We totally disagree. Look at your hateful comment. Look at your hateful commenters. You're such losers.
I think you're more hateful than any person in my comment section. Genuinely,
They're such
like
losers.
You're more hateful than any
Every
person in
time I
my
get
comment
off, they,
section.
like,
If
report
anyone's
my-
a loser,
every
it's
time
you.
I get off and like they report all my videos.
Hey,
for
keep
no
crashing
reason.
out. You're a
Just
sensitive
hateful.
little snowflake that gets angry at comments and
No,
comment
you have,
sections.
Like, hateful.
You're getting angry at comments and comment sections. Wow, dude! Like what a
Your
snowflake.
party is like literally.
He's
the
so
party of hate,
triggered.
dude.
Look how triggered this guy is, dude. What a baby! Can we get some baby bottles in the chat for the man child that's on the stream right now?
There you go.
Carolyn, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Carolyn. Happy holidays to you. Happy holidays. Let me be a quick fascist and mute him right now. Thank you so much, Carolyn. I really appreciate the happy holidays. Thank you very much. Happy holidays to yourself as well. Rebecca, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Rebecca. Merry Christmas to you as well. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Sonny, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Chelsea, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Jared, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2 for the liberal woke ordained minister here. Look at that. Look at that. And thank you so much, Chelsea. I'm going to need that. I'm going to need the elevation. Kayla, thank you so much for the $2.
right.
I really appreciate
See you
it. Thank
later,
you so
bud.
much. He needs a baby bottle. He's going to run away. Get baby bottles for the guest that's about to run away. Jessica,
Baby
thank you for the
bottles for
$2. Thank
Parker.
you so much. He's scared. Baby bottles for the guest that's scared, that's about to run away, that can't actually hold up to any facts.
Baby
And
bottles
he's
for
got to run
Parker,
away
guys.
because he's so scared. He's got to run away because he's so scared, Will. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so
Put
much for
those baby
gaslighting me
bottles for
harder.
Parker.
Thank you
Baby
so much.
Parker.
He's about to run away. Look at it. Matthew's about to run away. He's so scared. Can we get some L's for Matthew in the comment section
good
right now?
for
Because
business.
he's some
I'm
baby
good for your
bottles for
business.
Matthew. Baby bottles for Matthew
I'm
in the
good for your
comment section
business.
right now. And Laura, thank you so much for the $5 for the contribution to the hate fund. Thank you very much. Joe, thank you for the $5. Colin, thank you so much for the $2. Fruit Punch, thank you so much for the $5. Herbie, thank you for the €6. I really appreciate it. Lita, thank you for the $2. Kim, thank you for the $5. Look, he just ran away. How scared is he? In the live, thank you for the $3. I really appreciate it. Heather, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Tonette, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 as well. Zach, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Artistic, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Whitney, thank you so much for the $5. Kim with the $5. Opossum, thank you so much for the $5. Wombly with the $100. Happy holidays to you as well. Happy holidays. Thank you so much, Wombly. I appreciate the $100. Thank you so much. Joe, thank you for the $2. Zach with the $20 again. Thank you so much. JB with the $10. Kim, thank you for the $5. GN, thank you so much for the 5. And Kim again with the 5. Yeah, no, that was amazing. I love doing that. He was like so insufferable. That was genuinely one of the most insufferable guests I've ever talked to. He was interrupting himself after begging me to play the clip. Like, dude. Oh my gosh, dude. How insufferable can you be? Like, let yourself speak, bro. Let yourself speak. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. If he's done crashing out at any point, wants to come back up and actually have a productive dialogue, he can. But I don't even honestly, I genuinely at this point, I don't think he could. I don't think he could even if he tried his hardest. I don't even think it's possible. Fate of Illusion, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Damn. Came on wrong, sorry.
Alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. I'd really appreciate it. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Gladys, thank you for the $50 for Happy Holidays, Fascist. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Yes, been overusing my muting powers recently like crazy. I've been kicking off people that are trolling. How fascist of Parker. Megan, thank you for the $3. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yo, that's so funny. That's so funny. Hey, he should totally do that. He should totally let you. That's crazy. That's crazy. Definitely should be Parker Get a Job. You know what's about you? Or Barker Get a Job. The dog's name.
You
Barker Get a Job is
handsome
amazing.
devil, you.
What's up? How old are you? Oh, they're trolling. Let's go on to the next individual. Ava, thank you so much for the $40 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Ava in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Ava. That is so kind of you. W's for Ava in the comment section right now. Always good to see you. Thank you so much, Ava. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next person again. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
39.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
I do support everything that he's done so far for the country, for the most part. Some of his statements, obviously, is way out of pocket. I'll agree with that. But for the most part, I support everything down to immigration policies, to connecting the dots with the SNAP benefits for people that are lifelong SNAP recipients rather than using it for the leg up like they're supposed to. His stance on abortion control, just about a lot of the other policies.
Are you driving, by the way?
I am not.
Okay, for sure, just clarifying because it sounded like maybe that could be the case. Okay, so then I would ask you this question. You would support Donald Trump undermining SNAP benefits to give massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires?
No, it's not about. That's where there's some minor differences that I do have with that. I don't think benefits should be cut for. I grew up on SNAP benefits. I don't need it now as an adult, but my family grew up on it. But my family was one of the lifers that my mother never wanted to do anything with her life, and I grew up with that in the system. They need to do something to end that rather than just letting people survive on the system their whole lives.
Wait. Oh my god, wait. You hold up. Are you the person that was on Dean's live?
I was on Dean's live for about a half a second before my kids woke up and started screaming.
Wait, hold up, hold up.
I didn't have a chance to talk with Dean.
Oh my god, you are. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Oh no.
See, so exactly what I was glad that you would bring up, because just like with Dean, what does what I have to post have anything to do with my political views?
Dude, it doesn't, but I just like, I connected the dots to who you were. I'm sorry. I remember clicking on that when I was watching Dean's stream. And I remember being so unhinged. I'm sorry. We can keep going. We can keep going. All right. Why do you support Trump again? You said immigration and SNAP. So, so then the big.
Control.
So the big beautiful bill, and abortion control. Okay, so you want to restrict access to abortion.
Yes. It should not
Okay.
be elected.
Why is that? Why do you think it should be illegal to get access to an abortion?
Because you're murdering a baby.
You're murdering a baby? Okay.
Yes,
How is
no
it a
question
baby?
about it. Once there's life begins at conception. There's no question about that.
Life begins at conception. Okay. I don't dispute that. But I don't think that cellular life is what we consider valuable. I care more about a sentient individual that's pregnant than I care about the non-sentient embryo.
If it was for anything other than elective causes, they're not considered an abortion. When somebody has a miscarriage or somebody needs to get a medical, like an ectopic pregnancy, an ectopic removal of a baby during an ectopic pregnancy is not considered an abortion. That is a surgical removal of a baby.
Okay, that's what people would probably. That's probably what people would consider an abortion. But by the way, I think we'd use the term baby to refer to it. Like literally in this context, it's a non-sentient embryo or zygote. I don't think that's a person or a baby. Like I have a question. If you were in a burning building and you could either save 2 zygotes or 1 newborn baby, which would you rather save?
Well, first of all, I would save them all, obviously. And obviously, you're going to choose the baby over the zygotes because the baby is already in life. But how is there just 2 zygotes laying in a building? You're talking about in vitro fertilization, which I believe should not be a thing.
You don't think IVF should be a thing, you said?
No, I do not.
So given that like these zygotes have already been made, regardless of whether or not you think it should exist, would you rather save the 2 zygotes or the 1 newborn baby?
The newborn baby, absolutely. That's without a doubt. That's a silly question.
Okay, so then what? You'd rather save 1 baby over 2 babies?
Over 2 babies that are implanted into a human that would be able to.
So location is what matters. So location is what matters. Whether or not they're in the womb is what determines their value.
So let me ask you a question. So you're saying, would you save that newborn child or a pregnant woman?
Would I save it? I would
2
be
lives
indifferent.
over 1. Which one?
Oh wait, you said it was 1 in that situation. It's 1 or 1. In that situation, wouldn't we be indifferent? Right. In the scenario in which it's a newborn, right? We wouldn't. They're a person. But in the situation in which we're referencing someone's like pregnant. Well, I believe in that scenario, right? I would rather save the person who's pregnant. They should be able to get access to an abortion in that scenario. That should be their choice.
But you're saying like if there's a burning building, would you save the mother that's pregnant with a baby that's maybe 9 months pregnant even? Oh no, like you said, zygote.
It's sentient at that point.
She has a zygote. You're right. Yes, you're right. 100%. So
if there's zygote, there's no change.
A mother that could be. So there's no change whether that could be 2 people or 1 person. So what are you gonna choose? The mother, the pregnant woman, or the baby?
Again, in the situation, right? You're not understanding. Prior to sentience, there's no difference, right? So it would just be the same answer as the first one you asked, where it was just the 1 or 1. So I don't know what your point is with this. I don't think
No,
what you're bringing up here actually
If
demonstrates
a foot is
anything.
in-
And if anything, like I would answer like the mom or something, like
no,
genuinely,
it does because
like anyway, like because they're like an
yeah,
adult.
because you're saying that if a zygote and a baby were in a building, a zygote in an incubator or in a petri dish is not going to survive. We all know that. So obviously, anybody can choose a baby that's already born over a zygote that's not implanted inside a woman. Once that zygote's implanted inside that woman, there's a chance that that's baby, that now is a implanted embryo, which will now turn into a baby. At
But there's
that
really
is
no
a life
difference with the
form.
zygote prior to implantation versus after implantation that makes it valuable in one situation versus the other. The only distinction is location.
The zygote cannot survive outside a human body, correct? Well, it can, obviously that's how they keep it, but it cannot form outside the human body.
It's not viable. I mean, but so is like an embryo. An embryo is not viable either.
Yes.
In order, like for like outside of the womb.
100%. So anybody would obviously save a live baby over a embryo in a petri dish. But if that embryo is implanted inside a mother and an embryo is inside the building with the baby, you're going to save the mother and the embryo because you're going to try to save two lives over one.
I don't care about cellular life. I care about sentient life. I already told you. I've already answered this question.
Okay. That's the way the difference is between us. We all disagree where life begins.
No, I agree that life begins at conception. I just don't think that's the basis for value. Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
I honestly, you want me to be honest? Yes, I do.
You do? You think it's murder?
I do.
So,
yes.
so should people go to prison for pulling the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead?
Absolutely. And,
They should go to prison.
You said brain
So
dead.
everyone in the
brain
chat
dead.
that's done
You
that.
said brain dead. People on life support are not brain dead. People on life support
Yeah,
are
I understand.
bodily dead.
Well, I mean,
You said brain dead. Once.
yes.
That's a difference.
Yeah.
So if they're brain dead, they're dead.
Yeah.
If they're on life
They're
support, they're not
cellularly
brain dead.
speaking alive, but they're dead in terms of medical life.
But they're not brain dead. If they're brain dead, there's no pulling the plug. They're already dead. If you're pulling
But
the plug on
you
somebody
do
who
have to
still
pull
has
the
brain
plug because,
activity,
listen, you do have to pull the plug because their body is cellularly alive and it will still be operating, right? It's just the brain isn't operating in a manner in which produces a subjective experience.
which is subjective to a point, because I am the person that would say,
Dude, it literally sounds like you're driving. Is someone else driving right now in your car?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Can they say hi real quick?
Hold on 1 second. Honey, say hi. She's shy. Hold on. She's not going to do it. All right. I'm sorry. She's shy. All right. Whatever. But yeah, last thing I'm going to say then, whatever, is you're talking about. Now you threw me off. Whatever. Whatever.
Okay, he just left. I didn't even kick him. He just left. So I think he was lying. He definitely was driving. Jesse, thank you so much for the $2. I know. What the hell, right? And Annabeth, oh my god, with the $200 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Annabeth in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. I saw your message. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Annabeth in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. W's for them in the comment section. I really appreciate it. W's for Annabeth. Thank you. That is so kind. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I mean, I do think it's important. I think, honestly, like, people who are crashing out like that, like, they get even more mad that, like, I'm just calm. And, like, sometimes it takes a bit for me to, like, do that, but I like when I'm able to do that. I definitely prefer that. And, like, I don't let them get to me. Yo, it's about you?
Yo, BT.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, man.
What's your birth year?
2006.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, man. I mean, he deports all the Jews, all the.
You're disgusting, dude. Low IQ, dumbass. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, it's Paul to you? Yo, it's Paul to you? Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Sounded like they were in the car anyway. Let's go to the next individual. Again, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Again, listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's try to the next person. Do give it a second, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. We're on the way to 2,000 likes right now. So one of the best ways to support the stream on YouTube is hitting that thumbs up. You gotta, I think, scroll out of the chat in order to do that. There's like this, like, they make it confusing because they have like a little bit of a heart in the chat, but that's not technically what it is. But if you're on TikTok, it's just tapping that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, looks like I put someone to sleep. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Tay, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18. Parker.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I just turned 18 in June, so I couldn't vote, but I would vote for Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
I support his immigration stance. I support his abortion stance, and I support him supporting Israel.
Immigration, abortion, and Israel?
Yeah.
So you're pro-life and then you support Israel?
Yeah. Should we start with Israel?
We can. Yeah. I mean, do you think that intentionally limiting food into an area in which would lead to the starvation of a civilian population is justifiable?
Probably not.
No. Well, that's exactly what the state of Israel has done.
Instances of that.
What's up?
Yeah, I know there's probably been instances of that. I could, but could I tell you why I support that Trump supports Israel?
Yeah. Why?
Okay, I would just say a large percentage of his voter population, that being evangelical Christians, supported Israel. So him supporting, I think it was like $12 billion so far, something like that, because a large percentage of his voter population in 2024 supports Israel. Thus, it makes sense that he should support Israel.
Okay, I don't think that's a good argument. If that many percentage of people supported like executing Democrats, would you be okay with that?
No.
Okay, so then obviously just because a certain percentage of the population believes something is not a reason why that candidate should hold that position.
And that's true, I guess.
Okay, so then what is the reason why you would say that you support Trump because of that? Was that the only reason?
Why he supports Israel?
Yeah, like why that would be a good thing for you?
Well, I would just say, other reasons like it's our greatest strategic ally in the Middle East. I would say it's our military ally. Things like that.
I mean, we're literally like funding their operations, right? I don't think we should be doing that. I don't think we get any benefit out of doing that. I think we destabilize the region doing so. You say greatest ally in the region. Why do we want them to be our greatest ally in the region?
Well, I feel like, with all the aid we've given them over the past, 70, 80 years, I think they're pretty, devoted to our nation, and thus, they like us.
So just because a country is devoted to our nation doesn't actually mean anything there. And I bet if we stopped giving that money, the devotion would go down, right? So I don't think their devotion should be dependent on us giving them aid. And again, if say Nazi Germany was devoted to the United States, would that mean you think the United States should have been allied with Nazi Germany?
No.
Okay, so again, just because there is that's true that they're devoted to us does not mean that you'd want to like be allied with them. So I don't think that's a good
That's
reason for why we should be allied with them.
That's true. That's true. I would just say maybe they're our military ally. Yeah.
But we don't need that.
In the Middle East, I think if there was, I think they're a good counterbalance to Iran in the region, and also Hezbollah and Houthis.
What do you mean by counterbalance?
In the Middle East, like in case there was a war that broke out, I feel
I think
like
they would be most likely to cause that war. I think out of all of the countries in the Middle East, like I think actively Israel is the one that is literally causing conflicts. Like for example, Israel bombed Iran. It wasn't the other way around.
I don't really know much about the nuclear information there, but I trust them that they would have a
And Iran's also doing that in
justification.
response to Israel having one. I don't think
Well,
that
then
there'd
why
be as
didn't they
much
do
of a
that
push in
2 years
Iran to
before?
develop nuclear weapons if it wasn't for the state of Israel having a nuclear weapon.
I don't think that, because I'm sure the the world knew that they had a nuke for 15 years or whatever. I don't think that that's like a reason. I think it's because they were starting to enrich uranium in Natanz or wherever Fordo. I think that's the reason that the justification there. We can talk about the history of Israel if you want. You said
I don't think any
Israel
of that is
is
relevant
likely
though. Like, how about this? I agree that Donald Trump supports the state of Israel to a greater extent. I think that is true. But that's not a good reason why you should support Donald Trump. Because one, supporting the state of Israel is not something that necessarily be good. Even if you do consider it good, how would you say it'd be good to outclass like any other reason to not support Donald Trump that I would say is disqualifying? Like I can give you plenty of reasons.
Yeah, I know.
Like I agree that Trump is more pro-Israel.
Yeah.
But I think that's a bad
Wait,
thing, actually.
Yeah. Wait, so your question is, why does Trump supporting Israel outplay the bad things that he's done personally?
Yes.
I haven't researched much about the Epstein. I know a bunch of the Epstein and that stuff is redacted and stuff. I don't agree that it should be redacted. Yeah, but I don't think I think the leader of a nation, I think there should be I think he could be better personally with his personal life. Yeah, I think I agree. If there's whatever I've been listening, whatever the Miss Teen USA, if it's true, I'm gonna assume that's true. I think that he could be a better leader. But yeah,
You
but
think
we
he's
could
still a
talk
better
about
leader even if that's true?
policies wise than
Okay.
Kamala.
So what policies?
We could talk about abortion or the other.
So
or
wait, so
immigration.
if you were in the Epstein files with pictures with victims, would you say that you wouldn't support him?
I think I would still support him just because of the policies wise. I would rather
Even if he's in the Epstein files,
policies. I think so.
in pictures with victims.
Policies wise, yes, over Kamala.
Okay, what policies are so great that you're willing to overlook that?
It doesn't affect the average American. The leader is supposed to,
I think it definitely affects their conscience. I think it definitely affects the way that they view Trump. I think it definitely affects people who are victims in this country. And just because it doesn't affect the majority of Americans doesn't mean that it shouldn't be something to be addressed.
Yeah, I agree with you that he could personally be a better person.
Yeah, like a significantly better person. Like, so again, if he assaulted children, you'd still vote for
him? Probably not. Like, is there proof of that?
Okay, so if there was a picture of him with victims in the Epstein files, why would you support him then?
I'll have you know, I'm willing to change my opinion if you,
I hope so.
Okay, wait, so what was your question again?
Yeah, so again, the point would then be is that if there's pictures of him with victims in the Epstein files, right, would you stop supporting him?
No, I'm gonna change my mind. I'm gonna say probably not. I probably wouldn't support him.
You wouldn't? Well, that came out, and they tried to scrub it right after. There was pictures with him, with victims that their faces in prior photos that were released were redacted.
I mean, that's fair. I don't support like him as a person. I know that this live stream is about why don't you support Trump like personally, like if you want to talk policies, like we could do that, or you can
Like, would you
put up
still
an
vote
expert
for him given
to
that you know this about his character?
I probably I would say him versus how many tens of
Harris.
thousands of people of human beings that they're killing with elective abortions that Kamala wants to instead. I would probably say I would pick the lesser of two evils.
Okay, so the issue here is that, again, the difference between abortion under Trump versus Harris is that abortion has gone up since the overturning of Roe versus Wade. So the idea that it actually changes the amount of abortions to a relevant number to overlook something like this is crazy. Because, again, it's only restricting access to abortion in certain states. Right?
Right. It overturned it constitutionally, right? Each state now votes for it themselves, right?
Yeah, I think it should be federally protected in terms of access to abortion.
What?
What just happened? I don't know what just happened. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. I hope that they're okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 27.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I voted for him 3 times, but I've lost my steam.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad that you don't support him anymore. I'm glad that you don't support him anymore. And it sounded like you were driving as well. You can't drive on TikTok Live. It's TikTok TOS. Palpable, thank you so much for the $2. You're probably watching from the last guest. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I voted for him.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably still Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
So, as far as the overarching policies of the parties, I support the Republican policies more so than the Democrat policies. And I mean that's one answer.
Okay, so what particular policies do you agree with Trump on to a greater extent?
So, I don't like the idea of abortion. I think they are better at protecting the capabilities of law enforcement and having, strict law enforcement and actually, letting people go and stuff.
So you think if people break the law, they should be held accountable for breaking the law, right?
Yeah, and I assume you're going to mention Trump's crimes, right?
Yeah, like the 34 felonies and him currently breaking the law and not releasing all of the Epstein files.
Yeah, I do.
And also like the pardoning of January 6 violent rioters, releasing them into the country.
I believe I've seen that kind of stuff on both sides.
Really? What violent rioters have Democrats pardoned?
Well, they haven't been in a position to pardon, except
really, Biden, Obama weren't in positions to pardon.
Well, I was going to say since Biden was in power, so I don't really have specific examples, but I know that there was violence during the riots and stuff like that. And,
okay, so who did Biden pardon that committed violence?
I don't have an example of that. I could look through it. There might be something there. I'm not sure.
Okay, there isn't.
But as far as his felonies, what was his punishment?
Well, he
Was it
wasn't put in.
financial?
He was no, he was convicted in a criminal court beyond a reasonable doubt. And the reason why he wasn't put in prison is because he was elected president.
But was there any form of punishment?
I mean, it stays
Financial?
on his record.
So no fines, no.
He has a
Obviously no jail
criminal
time.
conviction for 34 felonies.
I didn't know that they
And
could just put
because you
something on your
voted for him,
record.
he wasn't held accountable to the degree that he should be.
So you're saying they can just put something on your record without any other form of punishment, just that itself?
If you were elected president, yes.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Because it would not make sense to have a president behind bars. Like, could you imagine Trump president from prison? Like,
Well, I would just
he's
assume
behind
there would be
bars in a
impeachment.
orange jumpsuit.
At that point, I would assume there would be an impeachment, and then Vance would take over. If that's how
Okay.
impeachments work.
Well, I think that he should be impeached. That sounds like a good idea. Let's impeach him and send him to prison.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that, especially if there is evidence stating that he was involved with minors. I think it's pretty obvious that he's been involved with prostitutes. But as far as minors, obviously I want to see him convicted for that stuff and have Vance be put in. But I still wouldn't like to see the Democratic Party take over.
But say it was a Democrat versus Trump, and yet he assaulted children in the Epstein files. Who'd you vote for?
So I don't know if he assaulted children. I don't know if he was just there for the adults or if he was there for children.
I'm sorry. Being there for adults is definitely enough to say that they assaulted people and enough to say that you don't support them, regardless of whether or not the victims are adults.
I'm talking about prostitution rather than assault. You know what I mean? Like him purchasing prostitutes, not necessarily assaulting somebody.
There's pictures of him in the Epstein files with victims where their faces are redacted.
What do you mean victims? How do you know they're a victim? Are they underage or
faces are redacted?
So they were held there against their will or something?
Well, I don't know the connotation. That's just there's a picture at Epstein's desk of Trump with literally people whose faces are redacted. Could they be children? Yes. I have yet to see any evidence indicating that they're adults.
Okay. If it's a child, obviously it's a victim, regardless of if the child agreed or not. They don't have the capability. If it was an adult, it could be a prostitute, as opposed to someone held against their will.
Then why is their face redacted?
Maybe for their safety in some way, like there might, I don't know, people come after them or something and they're worried about it. I have no idea.
Okay. So, and why did they scrub it? Because it was they released it with the faces redacted, and then in the Epstein files they forgot to redact the faces, and
So,
then they scrubbed it.
Right. I don't know the legality of what they're doing, and if there is something illegal happening, I'd like to see crime prosecuted wherever it's found.
Right now they're committing crimes by not releasing all of the Epstein files. All of the Epstein files were supposed to be released, I think, 2 days ago now.
But are you saying that the Democratic Party doesn't engage in crimes, of similar nature? Like
No. Could you give me an example?
Crimes, specific crimes. I really can't. I know a lot of allegations. I can't give you evidence. I'm really just basing my opinion based on policy and like associations that I've seen between the politicians and different groups of people. Trying to look out for law enforcement, like protecting the law as it, I want reasonable laws to be kept, and I want legislation to be moving in a logical direction as opposed to regressing. That's basically it. As far as the candidates being righteous individuals, I didn't believe that either one was. I just believe that one was a safer option than the other.
Okay, I still don't know why you'd want to pick the safer option. You think that's Trump. Like, I don't get that
not
you would think the safer option is Trump.
I'm not a Christian, so this isn't like a Christian nationalist thing or anything like that. But as far as logical laws, maintaining the idea of protecting yourself and others, promoting good health, safety for people, having laws that reflect that kind of stuff. I
Yeah,
just thought the
we
Republican
do.
Party was better.
Democrats do that. I'm confused why, especially if you're not Christian, why you would hold that perspective.
So do you have any policies that you think I might be considering, against the Democrats?
Like, what policies you'd like me, like, you want me to name policies that you might be interested in? Is that what you're trying to say?
Like, do you suspect that there's something that I'm opposed to that's leading me to
Abortion.
vote Republican?
That's what you said
Abortion, yeah,
earlier.
that's one. Right.
Is that the main thing, or is that it?
That's one of them.
Okay,
Strict
what else?
law enforcement. I've heard rhetoric of decreasing, police force and stuff like that.
No, Democrats were not trying to restrict police force. Now, if you want to reference quote-unquote strict law enforcement, I don't know why you'd want to do so by voting for a convicted felon over a prosecutor, a former prosecutor. Like, genuinely, you voted for the convicted felon over the former prosecutor, and yet you want strict law enforcement?
I mean, I saw some kind of video of her saying I could prosecute anybody for anything. I don't know if that was real or not.
No, you can't prosecute anyone for anything.
I know that. But
She was just trying to say that, like, she has the ability to prosecute people for crimes that they commit, which means she has a lot of power. And she was essentially arguing that, like, with great power comes great responsibility.
Would you call the incitement of violence a crime, right? The incitement of criminal activity.
What? Wait, say that again?
So if someone is inciting violence, inciting crime, promoting criminal activity, recommending that people engage in, criminal activity, that's a crime, right?
Trump, yeah.
Are you talking about January 6th?
Yeah, like he pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and he called them patriots. He's also called for the death threats of Democratic veterans in Congress that said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders.
Yeah, I heard about that. I don't know if they're being specific enough with what they were saying. Like, obviously you shouldn't follow unlawful orders, but I don't know if they phrased it in a deceptive manner as opposed to just being straightforward.
Nope.
Like,
They literally just said, don't follow unlawful orders.
well, then that's just, are they trying to deceive people about what the unlawful orders are? Like, what
Nope,
is a lawful
it was
order?
unspecified unlawful orders. So they were just making a claim about any unlawful orders, which there have been unlawful orders. And I think Mike Pence remembers that one.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, Mike Pence was given an order by Donald Trump himself to certify false slates of electors on January 6th. And he said in that situation, he would not put Trump over the Constitution. And he would pick the Constitution every time. That's why Vance is the vice president now, not Pence.
Yeah, I know there was some kind of fallout there. I didn't know what it was about. You kind of lost me when you were explaining it.
How did I lose you?
I try to like really focus hard when I'm listening, and sometimes I don't pick up on, what's being said. So I literally didn't.
That's totally fine. So again, in terms of Pence, he was given an order by Trump, an unlawful order to certify false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win after he lost the 2020 election. And Pence said in a documentary, and you can watch him say this, he says this all the time, that he decided that he would not put his party before his country. He would not put Trump before his country and his constitution, and that he said he would pick his country and his constitution every time. That's what he said.
I would need to know the evidence of the unlawful order.
It would be like literally the witness testimony of Mike Pence.
That's hearsay.
I don't think he would have any reason to lie in that circumstance. If anything, I think that Mike Pence had all the reason in the world to lie Mike Pence had all the reason in the world to keep doing whatever Trump wanted because that would have been best for his political career. Like, genuinely. This is something I actually will give Mike Pence credit for. Like, this is something he absolutely does deserve credit for. I heavily disagree with Mike Pence, but I absolutely give him credit for this. This is literally like something he had self-interest to go and do that, and he decided not to do that because he cared more about the Constitution. That's actually like a principled stance.
I still don't have evidence besides, hearsay. I understand you're talking about motive and the likelihood of.
We do have evidence. I mean, Jack Smith testified under oath that he had beyond a reasonable doubt, and I don't think he's lying.
Okay. So about pardons, do you think pardons should exist?
Push the galaxy, thank you. I'm okay with some pardons, but I don't think violent criminals should be pardoned. By the way, I have a few people to thank. Can I thank a few people and then we can continue with the conversation?
Yeah.
For sure. I do have a few people to thank. Let me make sure to catch up real quick. By the way, Miriam, thank you so much for the $200 and happy early birthday, Miriam. Can we get some happy birthdays in the comment section right now for an early birthday for Miriam? I hope you have a fantastic day tomorrow. Fantastic day. And Merry Christmas to you as well. Merry Christmas to you. Can we get some W's from Miriam in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Miriam. I really appreciate it. Najia, thank you so much for the $5. Palpable, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that's why it should be illegal. And that's crazy. That's crazy. That again, they could literally, like, that's another point I could bring up. They could start investigating people, and that's something I might bring up in this conversation. We'll see. But Fate of Illusion, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Alora, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I think I'm fully caught up there outside of Amani. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Convo, thank you so much for the $4. Thank you. And Jordan, thank you for the $6. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Convo, yes, they literally don't trust us anymore. It's really sad. And thank you so much again, Jordan. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? And then Amani again, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I definitely will. I definitely will. Thank you very much. I think I'm fully caught up. Alrighty, continue with what you're saying.
So I have a couple points that I thought of. So talking about the pardon, you're saying that a pardon is wise in a certain scenario. So what makes it wise? What is the proper reasoning for a pardon?
No, I just said that I don't necessarily think I said it was wise. I was just saying in some circumstances it could make sense to exist.
So what would that reasoning be for it to ever be used in any circumstance?
Yeah, if like there was a false a determination of guilt for something, or like the crime is like bullshit. Like, for example, I think that Joe Biden pardoning people who literally just had possession of M drug, which is like legal in the state that I'm in, and I'm currently, I mean, I do it all the time, so I don't think that should be illegal in any state in the United States.
The law changed, and since the law changed, he went through and
they changed in terms of the scheduling. But I'm talking about Joe Biden under his administration. Do you agree with those pardons? Because I think those make sense. Like, I think that's an example that's clear and obvious. That some pardons make sense.
That probably does make sense to pardon someone for something that has changed in its legality. But yeah, I was talking about crimes that are not changed, like the law hasn't changed. Should anyone ever be pardoned for something that's still illegal and they were guilty of? It wasn't some false accusation or something.
Yeah. Like if by the way, M drug at the time was illegal in the states in which we're talking about, where people had convictions for it, and I'm saying that they should be pardoned in those states, even if it's illegal in that state, because I don't think it should be illegal in that state. Does that make sense?
So you're overriding the law of the state because...
Oh yeah, like I absolutely believe that non-violent individuals that literally just had possession of a substance that I utilize all the time, that stays us very elevated. MJ is amazing. It's incredible. Something like you've never seen before. And yeah, there's no reason why it should be illegal. Absolutely, they should definitely be pardoned. No elevator in this country should go without being pardoned, again, given that they just had possession of an incredibly amazing substance. I tell you that.
So then what's like state sovereignty? And, like, are you saying the federal government should always intervene when there's some dispute between states of what's legal? if the federal government has an opinion one way or the other.
Yeah, like for example, right? Like if the president had the ability to pardon individuals that were convicted of like abortion, right, in certain states, I believe that that would be a good thing. I believe the president should pardon them.
So then what's the point of state law?
Well, I mean, I think that there are some circumstances where it shouldn't be up to the states. And I think that's an example. And if the president had the ability to pardon individuals that were convicted, right, of getting abortions, literally, like, it's ridiculous that they would be convicted for that. So absolutely they should be pardoned. And if they're providing abortions, pardon them.
Okay, I could see. I don't really have an argument against that, honestly.
Yeah, I definitely think the next Democratic candidate needs to be running on something like that. If that is within the purview of the constitutional powers of the president, I'm not sure if they could, if it's a state conviction, if they would have the authority over that. I think they could only do that with federal convictions.
I mean, I don't think our government is, I don't think it's worded perfectly. I think there are things that could be adjusted and stuff. The founders didn't even claim to have it set up perfectly. They said it needs continuous adjustment. So that could be something to talk about there.
Okay. Yeah. So, I guess I have a few questions here. Is there anything Trump could do that would disqualify him from you voting for him?
Yeah, if it becomes absolutely outrageous. So say that you're voting, your only two options to vote for are two criminals. Okay. One's worse than the other. You're going to have to vote for the one that's not as bad. You're not able to rebel. You're not able to overthrow the system. You really are just oppressed to two options. You're going to have to choose the lesser evil at that point. So then it's just identifying Trump as the lesser evil. Like maybe Kamala wasn't personally
Kamala's not a criminal.
Right. Maybe she wasn't personally convicted of crimes and actually caught, but the people she associates with, the policies of her party, all this stuff just culminates, and that's just why. And I didn't find the crimes to be so outrageous to vote against.
What crimes was she associated with?
I know they talk about the Biden crime family and all this stuff, and both sides say that each other belongs in jail. They have their explanations.
Nope, they don't. I mean, Democrats didn't put Trump in prison. They should.
They definitely said that he belongs there.
Who? I don't know if the Democratic lawmakers definitely said that, but I mean, I believe that. Hell yeah, put him in prison. I totally believe that. I'm serious. If anyone committed crimes and should be in prison, it's definitely Trump. It is ridiculous that he's able to be our president right now. It is absurd. And I can't believe that people support him.
So you talked about violent
I can't believe the position of the president. You have him literally engaging in death threats, and you still have people defending him like it's normal. Genuinely. That is baffling, fucking insane to me. He literally engaged on death threats on Twitter towards Democrats who just said to follow the law, and you guys are just like, you know what? It's still within the purview of us supporting him. I'm still pro-life. You know what I mean? How is that pro-life?
He gave his explanation, his legal basis for
his legal basis for calling for the execution of Democrats. Yeah, they didn't commit sedition or treason. That was a made-up lie.
So you can understand how people could be, they had some kind of explanation.
No, there is no justified explanation. Even with treason or sedition, that's not legal basis to execute them. Even.
I thought that was punishable by death. I think I've looked it up before.
I think it's 20 years, but I don't think it is something that you should be allowed to punish someone for death. I don't believe in the death penalty.
Okay. Oh, so these 34 felonies, you talked about violent crimes. Were any of them violent?
Were any of these violent? Those crimes that he committed?
Yes.
Well, it's violation of civil law. He was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. That's a violent offense, a violent sex offense.
Violent. I wasn't aware of that one. I was just aware of the Stormy Daniels stuff mostly.
Oh yeah, look up Trump liable essay AP News. You can read into it. He was held liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. That was by a court that determined that, a civil court. The reason why it was on civil court, not criminal court, is because of statute of limitations. That means that after a certain amount of years, regardless of the amount of evidence, you can't try it in a criminal court. And there was a law that allowed for them to change the statute of limitations for civil courts to allow thousands of different victims to hold their abusers accountable in New York. It wasn't just E. Jean Carroll, it was thousands of other people that were able to hold their abusers accountable in civil court.
So do you think he's an active sex offender? Like, do you think he promotes that behavior outwardly and still does it?
Absolutely. Like, if he's held liable and he's in a position of power like that, it absolutely promotes that type of behavior. There's more of an idea that you can get away with it, that you're gonna be okay, right? Like, absolutely, that promotes that behavior. That's bad. That's horrible. We don't want that behavior promoted. And Donald Trump getting into a position of power like that and being accepted by so many people, even after doing such treacherous shit, is actually something that normalizes people doing absolutely shitty things.
Yeah, I've heard him say that you could just grab women, by the private parts. I've seen that video. That was pretty obvious that he was talking about us making assumptions of what a woman wants and putting himself in a position to essay somebody.
Yeah.
But, so yeah, I wouldn't put it past him to do something like that.
That's exactly what the jury said. Because they took that into account. Literally, that's him admitting that he does that and he doesn't take into account their consent. And obviously that's going to put him in a circumstance, if he does that, where someone's not going to want that. And that's why there's 26 plus people that have accused him of sexual misconduct. Because he thinks that everyone, quote unquote, wants him, and that's not the case. And he violates people's consent. He said, by the way, he thinks that's true over the past million years. He said that's been largely true over the past million years. What are you talking about? What do you mean the last million years, bro?
I just feel like we're all in a position of choosing between two evils, and generally a Republican choice is a safer bet. And I understand, like, maybe you could choose the Republican and try to have them impeached and punished later on. I just really don't know how to handle this.
Impeached and punished. I guess, yeah. I think that's what we're probably going to end up doing. Later on. I don't know what point's going to get Republicans to be like, let's impeach this guy, but I would love to see that as soon as possible. And if you vote in 2026 enough, if you vote for Democrats, we might have the ability to flip enough seats where we can actually impeach him.
I just don't like what the Democrats represent. I don't like what they're protecting, what they're trying to,
And what does the Republican Party right now represent? What are they protecting? Because right now they're not dropping the Epstein files. They're breaking the law. They only dropped 2.55 gigabytes out of literally 200 gigabytes.
I'm just aware of similar things happening on the side of the Democrats, like similar accusations.
What? What accusations are towards Kamala Harris?
I remember during the voting they were talking about messing with the ballots and stuff. There's something going on with Tim Walz right now. There was some kind of
messing with the ballots. They didn't mess with the ballots. They lost.
Well, I just heard of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because Trump was trying to talk about if he loses, then he would say that. If he wins, then it's a totally legitimate election. Like, if Trump would have lost, he would have claimed it was going to be faked. He would have claimed false election. They did it to me again. He would do the same thing.
So what about Bill and Hillary Clinton? Would you still promote Hillary?
Fuck Bill. I don't want Bill to be the candidate.
But what about they're still married, right?
Yeah.
So don't you think that's not a, when you hold her accountable for still being associated with that person?
Sure, yeah.
So and then do the Democrats as a whole still support those people? Is Kamala supporting those people?
Kamala?
There's stuff like that.
Is that comparable to Trump being held liable for sexual abuse himself? Is that comparable to Donald Trump literally being in those pictures himself with victims whose faces are redacted? If you're willing to call out Bill Clinton for that, call out Donald Trump for that.
Well,
It's
it's obviously
embarrassing.
different. It's different to.
And by the way, Hillary Clinton has no shot at being the candidate.
It's different to.
No shot at being the Democratic candidate. Let's just be honest here. Hillary Clinton will never again beat the
I wasn't
Democratic
saying
candidate.
she did have a shot. I was just. I know that, but do they still support those individuals, even though they're not the candidates? Do they still associate with them? You know,
Do I
like, do they act
associate
like
with
they're
Hillary
good
Clinton?
people?
Is that what you're
Are
saying?
they defending them anyway? Just Democrats in general, Kamala, whatever candidate you're endorsing, and you know.
Well, if you haven't asked them, you don't know what their positions are on that.
I understand it.
So
I'm just basically making assumptions based on, like, you know, what I think is likely. But yeah, it's different to engage in a behavior as to protect somebody else engaging in a behavior. But there's still responsibility involved for protecting
So
someone
does the
else that they're engaging in.
GOP stand for Guardians of PDFs?
Well, obviously they, you know, it seems as though they are breaking the law and doing that. But I'm
They're
also
currently
saying that
breaking the law and doing that right now. Yeah.
But I don't put it past the Democrats to engage in the same kind of behavior.
Well, the Democrats aren't the ones breaking the law right now and not releasing the Epstein files. I bet if the Democrats were in office, they would have released it in accordance with the law. But Trump always breaks the law. He doesn't give a shit about the law. He thinks he's above the law. Trump thinks he's the king. And you guys don't see that for some reason. I genuinely, what's going to wake you up?
It's just, what do I think is going to keep us the safest? I understand that, you know, it might be two criminals, whether she's been convicted or not, you know, guilty by associations and stuff. And,
Okay.
And protected
That is so
behavior.
ridiculous to hold her to that standard, but not Trump. You're willing to vote Trump because she's guilty by association, but when Trump does it himself, then you don't apply the guilt. You think there's more guilt to be applied to the person who's associated rather than the person who actually did it.
I think they're both bad.
It's one criminal
saying
versus
as-
one former prosecutor.
The protective behaviors and the manipulation is also a crime. It's like,
Again, there's no evidence that Kamala Harris is protecting behaviors, and that's no evidence that she's committed a crime. You're literally just making this up.
so when you talk about riots and stuff, when you talk about, like, are you saying that Kamala never protected those individuals that, you know, committed crimes during the riots?
No, she never pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers. She never did that.
Do you think she tried to mislead people that these things didn't actually happen?
In most instances, they were peaceful. So I don't think that she was ever said that violent riots have never happened. But she might have said something like, most protests are peaceful. Like an overwhelming, like 96, or it was like 94%, something like that. Over that.
So Trump did the same thing. He said that the January 6th thing was peaceful. He said that they were invited into the White House. He said
So
that there
then
were some
why did he
individuals-
pardon violent rioters who beat police officers? And why do we have literal video camera footage of them breaking into the building with a riot shield?
Well, they also have video evidence of these other riots, you know, of the crimes being committed that were said to have been peaceful.
Okay. I never said that there weren't peaceful people there. I just said that Donald Trump pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and they literally broke in with
I'm not saying
a
it was
fucking
peaceful. I
riot
didn't like
shield.
that.
They broke in
didn't
with
like
a riot
that happening.
shield. What's up?
Was everyone pardoned, or are there still individuals that, you know, are still being
Donald
punished
Trump
for that?
pardoned everyone, and he pardoned the violent rioters too that beat police officers and were convicted of it.
Okay, I have to look into that. It's just choosing between two evils is basically what the country is, you know, doing what policies do you think are more beneficial? I understand individuals are criminals, or
But you're not
protecting
indicating anything
criminals.
bad. Wait, name one policy of Kamala Harris's that you disagree with.
So I looked up on the Democratic, while the election was happening, I looked up their platform on their own website, and they did mention decreasing, police funding and stuff like on their.
No, they didn't.
I mean, I didn't screenshot it and stuff, but I remember.
I promise you, Kamala Harris. Look up Kamala Harris policy page. Nowhere on that does it saying decrease police funding. I promise you that. Literally nowhere on it does it say that.
It was the Democrat. I don't know.
Why
if
didn't
it's
you go to
still there,
her
but I remember
policy
seeing it.
website? You went
I
to
was
some
on the
random
Democrat
Democrats policy website?
It was their actual official website, the Democratic Party. It wasn't like
Okay,
her
well, I
website.
didn't see anything to do with that, right? Her own plan, Kamala Harris's plan on the website, literally did not say that, and the Democrats definitely wouldn't do that. Like, that's a ridiculous thing to say.
I just see ill intention. Like, I get suspicious of the things that they try to, like, the, like, who are they trying to protect? They're trying. So they say they're liberal. Liberal towards what? Like, you know what I mean? Like, who are they trying to protect? I feel like they're just trying to generally protect criminals, helping them get away with stuff and profiting.
Who are we protecting? Are we pardoning, like, drug traffickers? Are we pardoning domestic terrorists? Are we dropping tariffs on countries to get a gold bar and a Rolex clock?
So not.
What are we doing? Tell me what are we doing?
Not having strict border enforcement is helping those entities.
Oh, we did. Under the Biden-Harris administration, they deported a lot of people. Okay? I disagree with it. That's why it's one thing I mentioned, I talk about. I disagree with people who have been deported who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes. Right? I believe in a higher scale level of immigration.
I mean, I've heard of Barack Obama's administration deporting a lot of people, but
yeah, and again, that's a thing I disagree with. If they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe they should be given a quicker pathway to citizenship. So again, Trump is violating due process rights to a greater extent. He's violating constitutionally protected rights to a greater extent. And he's proportionally trying to deport more people. And it's mostly people, like over 73% detained, have no violent criminal record. Or actually, sorry, I apologize. 95% of those detained have no violent criminal record. 73% of those detained have no prior criminal record. That's what I meant to say.
Well, whether they have a criminal record or not, they should still be deported if they're here illegally. I understand that some are a priority over others, but still.
Alrighty. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
So just generally speaking, I feel like the Democratic Party protects crime more. The Republican Party doesn't. It's a manipulative thing. It's hard to find evidence. It's hard to explain. It's honestly.
It's a manipulative thing, but I can't tell you what's manipulative about it. I can't tell you what policies I disagree with them on. I can't tell you anything about them at all. It's just they're manipulative.
Kind of like I remember something happening. I remember encountering evidence. I have a strong feeling of, I definitely remember that happening. I'm gonna have to trust that, and that's what I'm gonna have to base my belief off of. But actually retrieving that information, I would have to go and do my research and stuff. I just. So I just believe the Republican Party's heading in a better direction, even though it's not perfect. I don't agree with Christian nationalism or anything.
Yeah, but you're not telling us how they're better.
So
is there anything that would convince you otherwise? Could you name one thing that could convince you otherwise? Or that you would accept as reason to think that Democrats are better than Republicans?
So if you show that they're not protecting criminal organizations like gangs and stuff, like racist organizations, sexist organizations, violent religious groups, if they're headed towards logical legislation rather than, going backwards.
Yeah.
All that kind of stuff's helpful.
Okay. Those are both applicable to the Democratic Party. And like the issues that you just brought up are things that the Republican Party has an issue with.
And then you talk about like associations. So associations with Democratic politicians, with prominent people in the media that are known to be criminal antagonizers. I just see more associations with bad celebrities and stuff from the Democratic Party than the Republican
Really, which
Party.
bad celebrities?
I mean, it's generally rappers, stuff like that. But
Okay,
it's all
which
kinds of stuff.
rappers?
I mean, I'm just like I said, I experienced this stuff. I remember it happening. I have to go back and retrieve the information.
Because I can give you a bad celebrity that Donald Trump was engaging with. His name is Aiden Ross.
Yeah, that's one. I just saw Nicki Minaj on TV with Erica Kirk or whatever her name is. So I mean, that's another one. But I just see more of that.
Like literally, Trump supporters were so mad that Meg Thee Stallion was at any of the events for Democrats, but they're not mad about Nicki Minaj.
I know it's hypocrisy. I'm just saying which one has more of that stuff. Like.
What? What do you mean? I'm confused. Yeah, tell us. Give me an example of the Democrats doing it to a greater extent.
It's just based on my experience. I can't really give you. I would have to go do all this research and stuff. Like I experienced something. I retain that it happened. I can't retrieve the exact instances, but I just like. It's just a hard thing to do when you don't have a computer in front of you and you don't have the time. You kind of have to live off intuition.
Live off intuition with no research, no evidence, no facts to support your case. It's literally just like a general claim that like I just like the Republicans more. What am I supposed to engage with? I don't really know how to.
It's who am I more suspicious of? You know what I mean?
Why? Why are you more suspicious of Kamala Harris than Donald Trump?
I'm giving
just
you
intuition. You just feel like it.
I talked about the lack of, enforcement on illegal immigration and bad individuals coming into the.
They literally were, and undocumented immigrants are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. And not only did Donald Trump pardon violent rioters who beat police officers, but they would be considered domestic terrorists. So Donald Trump released domestic terrorists into the country.
I mean, I don't know if it doesn't happen on both sides, but yeah, it seems like if that's the case.
Why is it whenever we bring up something about Donald Trump being bad, like it's always like they try to act like it's both sides, but it's clearly not?
Because I feel like I've experienced that stuff happening before. I just have to go through and do a bunch of research. I'm not going to tell you that I trust that the Democrats have not done that. So I'm just telling you that I don't trust that they have not done that.
Okay. Well, they literally don't. So if it's just like a feeling there, like it sounds like you support the feelings over the facts that have been stated.
Well, that's just kind of how you have to live life is, you don't always know exactly what to do. Well, you base your feelings off of experiences and stuff and logic and facts and stuff, but you're not always going to be able to, relay information and like explain your decisions and all this stuff. Like intuition is a necessity to some extent. I don't think you can explain every decision you make.
All right. Is there anything else you want to add to the stream?
So yeah, things to focus on: criminal organizations, religious violence.
Trump.
Not enforcing laws properly, immigration, whatever it is.
Trump, literally Trump. Not enforcing laws properly as he's breaking the law and not releasing the Epstein files. He's a convicted felon. He released violent criminals into the country. He's violating people's constitutionally protected rights, such as due process. He thinks he's above the law. He thinks he's a king. He's a wannabe dictator.
Yeah, racist, sexist stuff.
Yeah. He is.
Perverted stuff.
He is.
So...
And you just overlook it all and you still support him.
Well, I believe that it happens on both sides, and I think it's just a safer bet to side with this side of...
Do you see how he's he's just going to claim everything that's bad about Donald Trump? No, it's not on all sides. Can you explain to me how Kamala Harris is racist?
So, did she
Can you explain to me
support
how she's
BLM?
sexist? Yeah, she did.
So she supported BLM. Did she support feminist movement stuff?
Yes.
So why? What was her? What were the complaints being supported?
What?
So what was being supported? Like, what were the complaints of these organizations? What were the
Are
you
you,
know
are you
what
just
was
are
this?
you just pivoting and asking me separate questions of what does BLM? You don't know what BLM stands for?
I don't know what their complaints were
Can you
exactly.
can you tell me what BLM stands for?
Black Lives Matter.
Okay, so you don't know what that stands for?
I'm assuming
I
they're
think it's pretty
complaining about
obvious.
specific.
Black Lives Matter too.
Okay, but why are they congregating and chanting about it when it's just an obvious thing? Like, what are the complaints? What is actually happening?
Because that's not upheld in our society. Because the fact that
That's what I
there
mean.
is, what's up?
That's what I mean. Like, how is it not upheld? What is the government doing that's bad? Otherwise it's probably racism.
Well, right now under the Trump administration, quite literally, they're admitting to engaging in racism by saying that they literally are racially profiling. ICE is doing that. They're racially profiling people. That's an example.
Uh,
But you understand that like they're saying this because of systemic racism and because of how black people have been treated in this country.
I understand historical problems, how women and blacks didn't have the right to vote,
Black
second-class
people.
citizens. I'm talking about present issues. How have those things not been reconciled already? What are your present complaints? Okay, we don't just complain about the past. Like, how is it affecting you presently? And what are you saying needs to be done? How are you being failed? Or are you just using racism as an excuse to try to make false accusations against people and
Well,
try to gain power?
generationally, there's been impacts. There's current statistics that indicate the disparities based upon these different types of historical trends that have existed throughout history, whether that be in healthcare, policing, right, and with historically in terms of housing, right? Like there are so many different things we can point to where there's disparities in terms of how people are treated based upon race, and that's exacerbated especially with Trump as president.
What's the solution that they're aiming towards? Reparations or how?
Well, that is one thing to address, but it's literally reducing the level of racism, particularly within these fields, and limiting the ability for people who have these types of biases, not only from getting in these positions of power, but also being able to continue these throughout society. So it's again fighting against racist, engaging in educating their kids to be racist, right? So that's also what it's fighting against.
So I don't understand exactly what's being done that's racist. I know DEI exists, which I don't agree with. I think it's racist towards, the people
You
that
think
don't.
DEI only has to do with race? DEI doesn't only have to do with race.
Well, sexist as well.
No, I don't think DEI is sexist and by the way, it's also related to, like, for example, DEI is applicable, DIA is applicable to, like, any type of conditions that help people who are disabled, right? So, like, literally things on, like, practically every street corner, right, that allow for people who are in wheelchairs to utilize the sidewalks, that's DEIA.
Well, then maybe there just needs to be adjustments made, when it applies to the education system, when it applies to hiring practices
Yeah,
and
there's
stuff.
DEIA in the education as well, and you're totally okay with that. That's an important thing to exist. There's also DEIA in the position of like government and how we elect our politicians, because literally the electoral college, right? Each different state gets a certain amount of electoral votes just for being a state, not because of the population, but just because of their state. So that's quite literally DEIA. That is the reason why Trump got in presidency, right? In terms of 2017 through 2021, because he was elected and lost the popular vote, but he won the electoral college. So that's why the reason he was president. So Trump is literally a DEI candidate.
I understand that some of these things can be contradictory. Like that's one thing that you can use as an argument, but specifically in the case of race and sex, what is being recovered from? How is it effectively being recovered from with these practices? So you say that in history, black people and women didn't have the same opportunities. They're
Yes,
in a
to
different
increase
financial.
opportunities.
So at what point is that going to end? Is that like at what point?
When there's a level of equity and equal opportunity in our society.
So how is this equity being achieved?
By increasing interview pools so that people get
So are
interviewed.
you lessening opportunities for people and increasing opportunities for others, being unfair
To make it
towards one
equitable,
group.
yeah. Because people who were given opportunities prior, right, to a greater extent, were unqualified to a greater extent, and we are having more qualified individuals in the candidacy if there's an increase in the interview pool. You get to determine who's the most qualified candidate, whereas certain communities were not even taken into consideration prior. So it's about taking into consideration. All right, are you saying that competition is bad, that you don't want to have to compete with other people, that you just want to be able to be given a leg up for no reason?
Unfair competition is bad. So
This isn't unfair competition, though. It's an increase in the interview pool. That is quite literally just increasing the level of opportunities. What's wrong with that?
It lessens the opportunities for one group while increasing another. Now, I understand you're trying to recover from...
Yeah, wait, listen to this. If you're playing Monopoly, and there's 7 people playing in the game, and 6 of the people that you give them all $100. You give the last 7th person, you give them $20. 20 minutes into the game, you give $80 to the person who got $20 originally. Is that wrong? Because you're only giving it to one of them and not the rest of them?
I mean, I got lost with that. I got a phone call that interrupted what you were saying.
That's fine. If you're playing a Monopoly game and 6 of the people, there's 7 people playing the game, and 6 of them you give $100, and one of them you give $20. Okay, if 20 minutes later in the game you give $20 to the person who got, or you give $80 to the person who got $20, is that wrong? Because again, you only gave it to that one person in that circumstance, and you're giving them a leg up.
So your reasoning for giving different amounts of money is what?
Like originally?
What is this Monopoly scenario? Like, why are you giving different amounts of money? What is it based on? What is the goal?
Have you ever played Monopoly?
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't give...
So you have more money, you can do more things. Right? It increases opportunity in the game. Right? Yeah. So if you give that level of opportunity to everyone but one group, just one person, and then later you give that same opportunity that everyone else got originally, is that wrong? No, it's not, because everyone else already got that.
Well,
okay, and this is what they should have got in the first place.
At some point, we just have to start from where we're at. We can't be reconciling all this past.
Well, we have to take into account the past. We have to take that into account.
Well, you recognize yourself that, yeah, it should end at some point, once equality is reached. But
and like for example, in the Monopoly setting, in the situation that we're in, once the person gets that money back, right, is going to be something to benefit the conditions. Well, now if there's like an inflation or something like that, that's got to be taken into account. But that would be it. That would be what you needed to do to address it, because in the game it then gives a level playing field. Now, even then, that still limits growth. Like, say the 20 minutes, they could have had 20 minutes to use that extra $80. So there could be a calculation for that as well. Or it could be a little bit more than that, actually, because of the fact that this was taken from them originally. But, like,
so
yeah.
Why are you punishing the United States for doing something that was practiced in the entire world, and they were basically mainly responsible for eliminating?
Are you saying that slavery should not be taken into account in terms of the conditions that have affected people? You're saying Jim Crow shouldn't be taken into account, segregation shouldn't be taken into account, redlining shouldn't be taken into account? That should just be forgotten about?
Start from where we're at. We should, like...
Yeah, in order to do that, we have to think about what's affected the condition we're in right now.
I understand what's affected it, but at what point are we going to just start over? I think it should be now. I don't see why not.
Yeah, so we're increasing access to opportunity so that everyone has the same access to opportunity. And you're against that.
No, that's not what it is. It's actually...
That's exactly what we're advocating for. Hey, that's what everyone here is advocating for. We're all advocating for an increase in the opportunity pool, for the increase in opportunities. We're not saying that there should be quotas. That's not the fucking position. That's honestly, it's a miscommunication that conservatives think that we're just talking about quotas. No, we're talking about, if there's a quota, it'd be for increasing interview pools, right? So you're increasing on interviews. You're not putting unqualified people into positions, right? We're talking about getting the most qualified candidate. by diversifying the interview pool.
How is that correlated?
What?
How does diversification, require
Okay.
diversification and improve the quality of the
Yeah,
candidates?
let me tell you. If you have an increase in the amount of people you're interviewing, is it likely that you will be able to find a better candidate?
You're talking about diversifying, not increasing the number.
Yeah, I'm just talking. Yeah, we're talking about which means increasing the number of people. That's what I was meaning.
I mean, it just doesn't make sense. It needs to
It
be
literally
based on.
does, dude.
I understand that the goal is to rebound from past events, but we have to start over at some point. We can't just be like at some point we just have to start over. I just think it should be now. I don't think it's beneficial.
So how is an increase in the opportunities to the same degree that everyone else already has a bad thing, even from your position?
So if it's when you were talking about the interview, like having more interviews,
Yeah.
you're putting limitations on who they can be interviewing, right? Based on race and
No,
gender.
no, you're just increasing the amount of people who are interviewed.
Okay, well then I mean, if that's, I don't see why you need to do that, but
To
that doesn't
increase
necessarily.
opportunities.
Well, I don't know why you would require that, but if you think that's
Because
a
we
good
want to
thing,
increase opportunities.
But what if they don't have the ability to make all these interviews? Like, what if they're doing the best of their
If you
ability
can't
to
interview candidates, then isn't that on the issue on behalf of the business owner?
Well, I think you might have backed down from what you were saying before, that it's about diversification rather than just increasing the number of interviews.
That's diversification, genius.
I thought you were talking about requiring, certain sexes and races to be interviewed.
Yeah, that's increasing the interview pool.
Well, that's just not increasing the number of interviews. That's putting limitations on who can and cannot be interviewed.
No, that's just increasing the interview pool so that more people get interviewed.
The interview pool, so the demographic of the interview.
Yet you're increasing the amount of people who are interviewed, meaning there's a diversified amount of people who are interviewed for the job.
This is getting confusing.
I know. It's confusing for people who can't critically think to a
Well,
third grade level.
I think some people in the chat can understand what I'm saying as opposed to what you're saying.
Yeah, people who have a third degree level of understanding of things.
I'm just gonna try to
Maybe
make it
that's
as
even
simple
too
as
much.
possible.
Maybe we should go back to second grade or first grade.
If you're increasing the number of interviews, you're not putting limitations on who can be interviewed. You're just increasing the amount of interviews that happen,
Yeah.
right? So you're saying that you're not for certain sexes and certain races. You're just increasing the number because there's some benefit
No,
there.
it is. Wait, there is for a certain context, not always, a requirement to interview, right, particular communities, such as like we're talking about, like women, for example, right, in the interview pool, because historically speaking, they don't get taken into account in the interview pool to the same degree. Like, for example, for government positions, most people in government positions are men. It's overwhelmingly, disproportionately the case that
And they're also
men are in
Christian.
positions of power like that than women. And we want to increase the interview pool so that in areas in which they're interviewing candidates for these positions, that there's more representation of women in these positions.
So you're saying more women being interviewed as a requirement, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There isn't a statement saying don't interview men. It's just also to interview women.
So I just
Crazy
think we need to start
concepts. You
over.
should also interview women.
I don't see a benefit from all this, this pandering.
You don't
like trying to
don't see a benefit because you're a man.
Well, it's
You're
unfair
saying
toward-
because
Yeah,
that's going to make it harder for me to get a job, and I'm going to actually have to compete with women instead of just
It's not a
saying that I can get to these positions because I'm a man. Then again, that's gonna make it harder for me. Like
It's
that's
not a fair competition.
what are you talking about? It's increasing the interview pool. Them getting interviewed, that is just not unfair to you.
You're saying
How is
that they
someone
can't
else getting
choose.
interviewed unfair to you, genius?
the companies aren't saying that they have policies against interviewing women. They just choose the most qualified candidates to interview. But you're
Yeah,
putting a
and if they're choosing the
limitation.
most qualified candidates, that would include women in some circumstances, right?
I'm not saying that women can't be qualified.
That's kind of like the argument it seems like you're making, because all we're doing is saying to interview more people. Like, seriously, you have to be literally insane to disagree with just increasing the interview pool.
No.
Because, like, there's literally no argument against this. I'm not, like, what position do you have against it?
Because
It's not making anyone less qualified in these positions. It's just increasing the amount of people who are interviewed so you get the most qualified candidate.
It's actually contradictory to getting the most qualified candidate.
Yeah, increasing the interview pool somehow, under this guy's view, is somehow contradictory towards getting a more qualified candidate. You're such a ridiculous person, man. Cassie, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you. Cassandra, thank you so much for the dollar as well. I really appreciate it. Steven, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I will definitely have to ask him about that. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $5. Zach with the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Zach. Can we get some W's for Zach in the comment section right now? No, literally, though. Thank you so much, Zach. W's for Zach in the comment section right now. Bruno, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I have to catch up on YouTube as well. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Corey, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Seriously, though, I agree. That's why historical revisionism is super bad. Hocus, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 for some Monopoly money. Thank you. Beyond Virgo, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Lita, thank you for the $5. Palpable, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you so much. And I think I'm fully caught up. Alrighty, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. I think we're en route to get to, let me see. We're en route to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. We're still trying to get there. Alrighty, continue. Go ahead.
So this is just one issue that I have. This is a Democratic viewpoint, right? The DEI stuff, and this is something that differentiates the two parties, right? Generally speaking.
What?
The DEI stuff, the BLM, the feminist movement, the LGBTQ plus, all this kind of stuff. You would recognize that to be a Democratic concept rather than a Republican concept.
Why would I recognize that? Wait, I'm sorry. Why would a Democratic support DEI? Like what I just mentioned? What's wrong with DEI, as I just mentioned? And also, I think that your side supports DEI. You just don't say it. Like I just said, you support the Electoral College, right? Supporting human rights, basic treatment for everyone, increasing the level of opportunities of people, and inclusion. How is that a bad thing?
Increasing opportunity without taking away from others, though.
Yeah, it's not taking away from you.
It is.
No, it's not. It's just increasing the interview pool.
They have a limited number of people that they are capable of interviewing. So putting a requirement on that demographic is limiting somebody.
So you're saying it's limiting, but we're saying that actually this leads to a greater amount of hiring for individuals that didn't receive this level of access prior. So you're just wanting a leg up just because you're a white man.
I mean, why would they not be interviewed in the first place?
Because of the fact that there is racism and sexism in the interview process.
So obviously that's illegal. Now, how are you going to prove?
Hey, by the way, why are people telling me to watch your 8th video?
I post a lot of videos. I think they're productive. You might want to look at some of them.
Why racist, sexist, and perverts side with Islam? Oh, is that what you're saying? Even though there's a lot of racists, sexists, and perverts that side with Christianity, like Donald Trump. Also, the KKK. Hello, they're Christian. How do you think that do you think the KKK should be considered a terrorist organization?
If they're actively intending on committing violence, yeah.
You don't think the KKK has committed violence historically?
I know they have.
Okay, so then do you consider them a terrorist organization?
I mean, they probably lie about their current standpoint, don't they?
Do you think they should be considered a terrorist organization, yes or no?
You would have to attribute a philosophy to that group. So that's like saying that
I
Muslims should
mean,
be a
you mean we
terrorist
can't
organization.
attribute a philosophy to the KKK?
Can you attribute a philosophy to Islam?
Yes.
And what do you think about that?
What do I think about Islam? I think that a lot of people try to brand Islam as just one general thing, but they don't do the same thing for Christianity. And this is something that even I think all of us need to think about, is that, like, again, not everyone who is a Muslim has a view that you think is bad, right? And not everyone within Christianity has a view that you think is bad, right? And the argument that you're going to take one particular Muslim to then generalize all Muslims, right, is ridiculous, in the same way that you wouldn't do so with
Don't you
Christianity
think
by referencing people in the KKK and say that
Don't you
that's
think
representative of
KKK
every
members-
Christian.
Don't you think KKK members would use the same excuse that they have some kind of different interpretation, some kind of newfound meaning or something?
What? That's exactly what they do say, yes.
Right, so that's probably why they're not being prosecuted just for saying they're a member of that group, because there's no real definition no government definition of what they stand for.
What? We know
Logically
that they're white
speaking-
supremacists. Do you know that they're
You're
white
allowed-
supremacists?
Yeah, but is it illegal to think something like that? Like, can you prosecute somebody just for saying they believe
No, you
in
can't
some kind of
prosecute someone for saying that, but the idea that we're talking about is that they have actively committed violence, targeted violence, and still do.
Well, so have Muslim extremists, right?
And again, if you're talking, that wouldn't be a categorization of Islam as a whole. They're Christian extremists.
Well, I'm telling you, KKK members don't all claim to have this same philosophy, and it's the same kind of concept.
Wait, say that again?
I'm saying KKK members probably, you know how I don't know if you've heard of taqiyya in Islam, but it could be the same kind of concept in the KKK, where they're manipulating about their true intention, and they just.
So you think they're not
try to-
actually Christian?
They might, probably, if they're educated, probably not. They're just probably trying to gain power in some way, but.
What? They claim to be Christian. Okay,
You have all
that's...
kinds of denominations of Christianity, and the government doesn't recognize one.
Wait, that's my
one true
point.
form.
Do you not understand my point? Is that just because there is one person that is a Christian that has a particular insane worldview does not mean you can brand all Christians that way. In the same way that you shouldn't
Right.
do that for Muslims.
So, what code of conduct, what written rule book of the KKK, are you basing their belief system on? And this can apply to any, gang, any religion.
I'm sorry, I just think that you didn't pay attention in class and in school or history at all, because clearly, that's what we're pointing to. They're known to be Christian. They're known to be white supremacist. How do we know their ideological beliefs? What are you talking about, dude? Dude, I think a fucking elementary student could tell you that.
I'm saying there's a reason they're not being prosecuted, and it can relate to these other groups.
Oh my
groups
Jesus
of people.
Christ.
So you would have to identify a specific philosophy, a specific meaning to the group. Do I think that should be done? Yeah, of course.
You don't think that a specific philosophy or meaning can be applied to the KKK?
I think it should be.
No, do you think that you can? Yes or no?
So, I think it can. They prosecute
Yeah, there you
people
go.
for being. I'm just telling you why it probably why it isn't happening.
No, I'm not asking you why is it probably not happening. I'm asking you what you think should be the case.
So you know how people get prosecuted for gang affiliation, right?
Sure.
So it's the same thing. They apply a certain philosophy to a gang, certain imminent criminal action being promoted, and they prosecute people for associating with it. Well, that should be the same case for religions, for other kinds of groups, but it doesn't always happen because.
Wait,
they
I
come
have
up
a
with all these
question.
interpretations.
I have a question. Is gang affiliation just in of itself alone a crime?
I think I've heard of people being prosecuted for gang affiliation. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I think I haven't heard that, and I think there's a lot of people in the chat that also haven't heard that.
Well, then how are you saying that people should be prosecuted for affiliation with the KKK?
No, we're just saying that they can be considered a terrorist organization, right? That because they commit acts of terror.
So prosecution for affiliation with a terrorist organization?
Yeah, do you not think that they could be considered
thing,
under
right?
that definition?
I think any criminal gang should be a terrorist organization.
Okay. So I think maybe we're getting a bit confused here. Um, Let me ask you a basic question, okay?
Yep.
Is there anything, like one thing, Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yeah, he could be an active, oh man, it's just so hard to explain because you're not just choosing him, you're choosing the people that he is associated with as well. You're choosing the whole party. You know what I mean? So yeah, there are things that would be so atrocious that, but it's just a difficult thing to do because you're not just choosing the individual, you're choosing
So is there
all of their
anything Trump could
constituents.
do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Uh, I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. It should be an obvious answer. The obvious answer is yes. Do you want me to give an example?
Yeah.
So, like treason. Um, you know,
Treason? So what would classify as treason for you?
if he's doing something that is so damaging to the nation as a whole, to my safety and the safety of, people in general, then yes, obviously I would vote against that. Now, is he single-handedly doing something like that? I don't think so. You're trying to protect humanity as a whole with your vote, So, I mean, he
So
would have to
wait,
do
so
something that would.
repeat one more time. Sorry, I was looking at something. Repeat that. What qualifies as treason to you?
If he was doing something that was so damaging to the safety of humanity in general compared to the opposing party, if there was a better option, a safer option, of course I would choose that safer option. So whatever he could do that would put people in more danger than the other option, obviously I would vote against him for doing
He
that.
puts people in more danger by utilizing ICE. For example, can I show you a video of someone who is a veteran talking about the fact that they were detained by ICE, right? And they were held for multiple days without the ability to get access to an attorney, right? And they weren't able to get access to medical supplies either, and they missed their kid's birthday party because of it.
So on paper, do you think that ICE, in terms of
Listen
the
here.
laws?
On July 10th, 2025, I was confronted by ICE agents on my way to work. I want you to understand exactly what that looked like, not because I want sympathy, but because it exposes a crack in the law that must be fixed. I was driving to my job as a security guard at a licensed farm in Camarillo, California. Federal immigration agents were lined across the road leading to the farm. I identified myself as a U.S. citizen and a veteran, but that didn't matter. Agents smashed my window, sprayed tear gas and pepper spray into my car, dragged me out. I was choking on gas, unable to breathe, while officers shouted conflicting commands even after I complied. They pinned me down, one kneeling on my back and another kneeling on my neck, while my hands were already behind me. I was first taken to a Navy base where agents collected my DNA, and after that, I was taken to a detention center and held for 3 days without charges. No phone call, no lawyer, no medical care, even though my skin burned from the chemicals. I wasn't allowed to shower. On July 10th,
U.S. citizen and a veteran.
Was he being cooperative?
I mean, he literally was just trying to go to work, and again, you just heard they were shouting conflicting messages, and he got out of his car to try to inform them and tell them because he's trying to go to work because he can't go to work when they're blocking off the street. So he gets back into his car. They tear gas around his car. They surround his car. They break his window, and they literally spray pepper spray in there. And they drag him out, and they hold him for multiple days without access to an attorney. He's a
So
U.S. citizen. He was a veteran.
Okay.
Or he is a veteran.
I mean, I don't care who somebody is; they deserve proper treatment. But I know police brutality happens, okay, and I know there's corruption in law enforcement, in ICE and stuff. I get that, but on paper, with their rule book, is there any problem in their rule book, like with the, how they're supposed to operate? Is there anything?
Yeah,
like,
you're not.
you can
They're supposed to have access to attorney because if they were literally anyone in the jurisdiction country is given equal protection of the law, including again U.S. citizens, which again they're a U.S. citizen and they were held for multiple days without access to an attorney. That's against the law.
So you're saying the rule book of ICE grants them that right?
The
and
rule
they're
book
just
of the
not
law
doing it?
does not grant them the right to do that. They broke the law.
Do you have any grievances with the rule book of ICE, like as it's written, or do you just say they're not following it?
Dude,
as
they
it's
have to
written?
follow the law. The
I
rule
get that,
book is
but
the
do you have any
law.
problem? Do you have any problems with their law, like with?
They are not following the law. That's the issue, dude. You're not listening.
You're saying they're not following their own requirements, right?
Yeah, the requirements are the law.
Right. So how is Trump supporting that behavior?
Quite literally, he's giving them more power to violate due process rights. He doesn't believe that undocumented immigrants get due process rights, which then leads to U.S. citizens being this happening to U.S. citizens as well, because you can't qualify the difference.
Okay, so you're saying every illegal immigrant that's detained, arrested, they're supposed to have a lawyer and some court date, and they're supposed to be held for a certain amount of time.
Yeah, they're supposed to get a court date, and they're supposed to be able to go to court. Yeah, they committed a crime. You get due process for committing said crime.
So what if these individuals cannot be identified?
What do you mean?
They don't have documentation. There's no way to identify the individual. They come from another country. They're not in the United States system. What do they still get a lawyer and they still get all this stuff, right?
Yeah, you still get a lawyer. And there would be some process of identification.
I don't know how the law is written on that. If there's a confliction, obviously I don't agree with any kind of conflictions. Okay, I'm a logical person. So that would be something to deal with and prosecute people for. So if you do have a point there, I believe in law and order and logic and following a consistent line of reasoning. So I would have to look into how the law is written. Are they actually granted an attorney? Are there any conflictions in how the law is written? Because I'm sure you're aware that some laws can conflict with other laws. They're not all written perfectly and consistently. And that leads to what they call gray area, stuff like that.
There's no allowance for this. They are violating a constitutionally protected right of due process.
Okay, that's something I can look into. So that's...
The Constitution is the supreme law of the land.
Yeah. So that's the biggest complaint about ICE, is they're violating that specific, legal right.
They're violating multiple due process rights, not just for that person, but for many. They're violating due process rights to a greater extent. 73% of those that have been detained by ICE have no prior criminal record. 95% have no prior violent criminal record.
So you're talking about profiling and stuff.
They are engaging in racial profiling. Indigenous Americans are literally being attacked by ICE, and they are literally not believing that they have real IDs, even when those IDs are shown. Just because they're indigenous and because they've been racially profiled.
So if they're not following their own written procedures, that's obviously a problem. And if that's being promoted by anybody, whoever promotes unlawful action needs to be prosecuted for incitement or
Alrighty.
direct influence on that.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
All right.
I'm gonna go to the next person. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
All right.
Convo, thank you for the $4. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Juliana, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Leah as well, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that sort of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. That was like an hour and 15 minutes, and I feel like it went genuinely nowhere, to be honest. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me, I'm 24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
I have reasons. I mean, I don't know. I've been watching a lot of Dean's live. And it's kind of changing my mind. About a week ago, like I may sound white, but I'm Native American, and I got stopped by ICE. Showed them my ID. They didn't believe me. Took me in, make me like no calls. I got to make no phone calls to anybody. I was detained for about 3 days, and then they started driving me. I didn't know where I was going. And lately I've just been getting harassed by the police in my city. Like, I get off work at 2 in the morning, and I got followed home by a sheriff all the way to my street. They stopped me in the car. At 2 in the morning, I had no one near to like record or anything, but the police opened my front door up. They opened my passenger door up, pulled me out of the truck. I asked what the stop was for. Started opening all my doors, held me there for about 20 to 30 minutes, and eventually they let me go home. At first, they didn't believe like it was my real name on my ID. Like, they didn't believe my name was really what it was. So I mean, I don't know. Like, a
Here's
lot
one
of
thing I
people.
would tell you is I would totally go to a lawyer, right?
Yeah,
And I would
definitely.
totally try to file a lawsuit. That's one thing I would definitely say. Two is I
Yeah.
would say is like you definitely don't support Trump after this, right?
And that's why I'm telling you, like, I'm honestly like to the point where I just don't. Yeah, I get a lot of where I live. It's a lot of like mainly like white people. I do get judged when I go in the store. When I go into gas stations, if I even put my hands near my pockets, people look and they back up. I mean, it's just like it's not how I want to live. And this isn't the only time I've been pulled over for absolutely nothing. Like, I'm not a criminal, never committed crimes, but I mean, I don't know, man. It's kind of hard to like even leave my house. Like, I just work every day, and they still find reasons to harass me.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that. It's genuinely devastating, like actually devastating, and I'm glad to see that you definitely don't support Donald Trump, and I hope that we can obviously try to get them out of office as quickly as possible, so that stuff like this isn't something that you even have to worry about.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
would definitely recommend to get involved with a lawyer, and to let me know how that process goes. But I really appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, no problem. I just wanted to say I apologize. I know people have to come up here and like kind of like argue with you guys on
It's okay.
why they support Trump or whatever, but I just felt like I had to say that.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? Am I in here?
Yeah, do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Are you driving?
I am.
You got to come on when you're not driving. It's TikTok TOS. It doesn't let me talk to people who are driving. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 55. How's it going?
Okay, and do you support Donald Trump?
I support Donald Trump because I thought he was the right person for America, but now I'm not sure.
Okay, what state do you live in?
Sorry?
What state do you live in?
I live in Scotland. I live in Scotland. I lived in New York for 9 years.
Okay. Well, it sounds like they said they live in Scotland now, so let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next individual here real quick. Again, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. It should help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm a neo-libertarian phalangist, Parker, and I think you should...
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on TikTok, by the way, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. We go live every single day. Make sure to follow me if you have not already. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Again, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates, y'all. Alrighty. Do you give it a second? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, Parker. How are you doing today? I'm 19 years old. Thank you for asking.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes. Not in the way you expect, but yes, I do support him being in office right now.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Well, before I give you my answer, let me ask you this, Parker. True or false? Since he took power, Trump has...
I don't like when people do that. You answer my question. before you ask me a question. Those are the answers you have to answer, or questions you have to answer before. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, I saw you talk to my friend. I'm actually
Do you support Donald Trump?
Neo-libertarian phalangism. I'm the founder.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. Let's go on the next individual. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Let me see if they aren't driving anymore.
I'm not driving anymore.
You're not driving anymore? Can you turn off the Bluetooth?
Okay, yeah, I got you.
Perfect.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up? So you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, why so? Why do you support Trump?
I mean, more so off of his first term. There's definitely some complications in the second term, I will say that. But I do believe those are more so caused from the government shutdown and more so some of the things that happened between the Biden and Harris administration.
Okay. So, could you be specific? Like, what particular policies in his first term do you like, and what policies do you like since he got in office?
Well, I mean, the economy, you definitely saw the economy become better in his first term. And I mean, that's it. It's hard to argue, and I understand that. And I'm sure you have a lot of talking points for that. But you saw economy become a lot better. You saw prices drop down between everything, groceries and market and housing market, car market. I mean, you saw a lot of stuff come down between everything. So, and whenever Biden and Harris took over, you saw a lot of stuff spike up. I mean, and not even just market and economy, dude. I mean, you saw a lot of stuff come up with immigration. You saw a lot of stuff come up with the crime. You saw a lot of stuff come up everywhere. So, I mean, it's really hard to argue the fact that Donald Trump, I would say more so in his first term. I'm not going to term because we're only a year in, but and I mean, I've seen some questionable stuff in his second term so far myself, but as of right now, I'm not necessarily ready to give up on where he's at, if that makes sense.
Okay. Well, I think that prices have gone up under Trump's administration. Under his first term, prices went up from what it was under Obama. And we saw inflation actually trending up near the end of his administration, even prior to COVID in the first place. And then in terms of COVID, the Biden-Harris administration saw inflation because of supply chain issues relating to the pandemic, not because of the Biden-Harris administration policy. So I don't know why we would attribute it to them in terms of the economy. I can mention how Trump, since he's got in office, has made the economy worse off. And then in terms of immigration and crime. Donald Trump himself is a convicted criminal who released violent rioters who beat police officers into the country and pardoned a convicted sea drug trafficker that literally trafficked over 400 tons of sea drug. So, I mean, like, we can point to those things.
But okay, so here's my thing with that. I'm not trying to cut you off. I know that's a big thing.
No, go ahead.
With debating, but those quote unquote felony offenses and everything else, they never actually made it to federal court. So I don't understand. One, I don't understand how those things can actually be put upon him, especially when the only, I guess, offender you have there is somebody who is saying they quote unquote think that rape is sexy, right? So that's one thing. Two,
Wait,
you
oh,
want
by
to
the way,
look at
the
Obama
felony,
administration.
can I clarify? The felony was
Yeah, go
for
ahead, go
a
ahead.
criminal case relating to falsification of business records. That was in a state court. And the sexual abuse case was Donald Trump being held civilly liable for forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. That was a civil case. And she herself didn't say grape is sexy. She said that most people think that, and that leads to a culture in which is bad, that perpetuates grape culture.
Can I ask something?
Go ahead.
Why do you say grape instead of rape? I mean, can we not just
TikTok TOS. It makes it less likely to go after us.
I hear you. I feel like it's better to assert the issue as of what it actually is than to just downplay it. You know what I mean?
I'm not downplaying it. I'm just doing that for TikTok.
No, I hear you. You got sponsors.
And by the way, I don't know why you'd say I'm
But,
downplaying it after you just said that it didn't happen to E. Jean Carroll because she said grape is sexy, which she never said.
Right, but I mean, we all know that I mean, it was a class action suit. It got thrown out.
No, he was held liable. He appealed it. He lost the appeal, and the judge said that he in fact raped E. Jean Carroll.
Right, but nothing ever actually came of it, correct?
What? Yes, it did. He was held liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people.
Okay, so how many years did he serve in prison for that?
He didn't go to prison because it was in a civil case. The reason why it wasn't a criminal case is
Correct.
because of statute of limitations, which means regardless of the level of evidence, you can't try it in a criminal court after a certain amount of years, which is 5 years in New York.
Okay, I hear you. But anyways, you want to go back to the Obama administration and everything, but I mean, and you can quote me if I'm wrong, but the worst economy we've seen in the past 30, 40 years was under the Obama administration. So
Because of the Great Recession?
I can say,
that was something he inherited.
Well, I mean, you can say that, but he served in office for 8 years straight.
Wait, you think that Obama caused the 2007 and 2009 financial crisis?
I mean, how did he not?
Because it started happening before he was even in office.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
When did he take office?
2009.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you can start inserting bills and making things happen the second you get into office.
Yeah, to respond to the horrible economic state of affairs that already existed.
Okay,
dude,
correct.
the financial crisis came before he was even in office. How would he have caused it if he wasn't even in office yet?
Right, but did you ever see things get better before Donald Trump took office?
Yes, massively.
How?
GDP got significantly better. GDP growth, wage growth got significantly better. We can point to housing prices stabilized.
I mean, the only
they
thing
reduced the deficit.
The only thing I saw get better was they started putting things into place where people in schools started getting better payment packs for their fucking lunches. Pardon my language. I know. I don't want to get.
That's good. That's good. I mean, kids got
Sorry.
greater access to free school lunch and breakfast. That's amazing.
I mean, that 100% is better.
Yeah,
But-
Trump has cut that off. They're reducing 420,000 children's access to free school lunch and breakfast on average every month because of the big beautiful bill.
I actually haven't heard anything about that.
Yeah, it's from the Congressional Budget Office. You can see the report on that.
So here's my thing. This is kind of where I'm going to standpoint with it, right? I was born in 2000, and I know you're kind of around that age as well. But
2002.
like my parents, 2002.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't hear you. But I know around that time, right, my parents had built a neighborhood in a great neighborhood in Georgia, and we built that house for $200,000. And I mean, that same house right now, which I know that has to go with population and construction and everything else, that same house right now goes for $500,000. So $500,000 compared to what it went for back in 2005. And I know that's a whole different story and everything else, but
So the price of housing has gone up?
yeah, no, 100%. In Georgia, it has 100%. But
Yeah, of course it's gone up since
me and
the
my
housing
wife,
crisis. The housing crisis prices were
well,
low
yeah, well, I
because
mean,
people couldn't
me
afford
and my
housing.
wife, me and my wife just bought a house for 330 grand in the same, around the same area. But
Good for you.
no, I appreciate it. Dude, this is so weird. I never thought I'd be in this fucking, sorry, language.
No,
I
you're
don't want to
fine.
get you canceled or stricken or nothing like that.
No,
but
you can swear on TikTok and YouTube.
yeah, no, I don't want to.
I do it all the fucking time.
Channel. Yeah, no, I don't want to cause any damage to your channel or anything, man. Because I mean, like, I'm Republican, but at the same time, I still have respect for everybody. Like, I don't want to throw any hate or any demolition towards anybody else.
Well, it sounds like you shouldn't support Trump then. Like, genuinely, bring back the Republican Party, at least in your own head, that like was more respectful and polite and right. We're gonna be nice to people.
I mean, that's kind of the
That's not
narrative I
Trump.
want to bring to it. That's kind of the narrative I want to bring to it. I mean, I've had my own thoughts about starting a channel and doing everything else, but I don't know. I feel like conservative. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm drawing a blank right now. I feel like those kind of moralities and stuff like that are kind of the basis of what this country was built on. And so it's hard to look at a Democratic Party and then you look at everything that's happened with the country. And I know, I mean, this is a new age and we're getting into new stuff, but at the same time, I'm a young person and I'm buying a house and I have a wife at 25 years old and we have a baby on the way and everything else. And I don't want my children to be taught about LGBTQ and transgenderism and all this stuff at a young age. Like, I don't really feel like that's stuff they need to be learning about at such a young age.
What are they being taught that you disagree with? Because really all that's being taught to quote unquote younger kids is that it's okay to be gay and trans and that you shouldn't bully people who are gay and trans. That's the relevancy of talking about it, is so that there isn't bullying targeted towards people of the LGBTQ plus community. It's an anti-bullying measure.
Right, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, if you're gay, it's one thing.
Yeah.
And
so this is about acceptance.
Right, I agree with that. There's nothing wrong with it, but I feel like it's more so being pushed onto other people that don't necessarily want to care about it.
How so?
Because I mean, it's in the books now. It's in all the shows. It's in all the movies. It's
you mean like people who are a part of the?
There's teachers, bro. There's teachers being who are putting up gay pride flags.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Wait, pride flags are just to show that there's acceptance.
Because that's not something that teachers need to be teaching to children.
Again, all it is it's teaching acceptance. It's not like they're like teaching them gay sex or something. Like,
I mean, there's videos all over the internet, Parker.
They're not teaching them gay sex. Come on. What videos?
Bro,
what videos are you talking about?
You can try it. You can try and debate it all day long, but I know you've seen the videos.
Wait, I'm sorry. I haven't seen a single video of a teacher teaching gay sex to children.
So you haven't seen the videos of teachers.
Yeah, until
telling students that you're telling me that you haven't seen videos.
Until you reach the age of, I think it's like they start talking about stuff relating to that, like 4th grade through 6th grade.
Bro, they're putting it in teenager fucking books that teenagers can go and rent from the library.
Dude, when I was in 5th grade, we learned about that. When I was in 6th grade, we learned about that. I grew up in Iowa in a conservative Christian household, right? Again, like, you're acting like that's absurd. I was 10 years old, dude.
Christian to this day.
I was 10 years old. What's wrong with that?
It's not something that needs to be taught to children.
Wait, what do you mean? If they're already learning about sex, what's wrong?
Right. Okay. Sex between a woman
This is
and
all
a man.
age appropriate information.
Sex between a woman and a man, and you also have to think that they're teaching about procreation.
Wait,
They're
wait. So
not
then
teaching about.
answer this question then. If they teach about it in one scenario, why don't they teach about the other? And also, they teach about safe sex as well. Like they teach you how to fucking put on a condom, dude.
Right, but the other scenario never even became a topic until 10 years ago.
Again, you understand that if they're teaching safe sex, that would include for people who are gay as well.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. Why are we teaching gay?
Why are you okay with
children?
teaching? Why are you okay with teaching straight sex to children, but not gay sex?
Because that's how it was all written. What do you
mean how it was all written?
From the beginning of time, a woman and a
because
man.
of your religious beliefs. Is that your view? Because you're religious. So I don't believe you should just be able to enforce your religious beliefs within the school system. Okay, I'm not religious.
Okay, but
I think that's screwed up.
At the same
Why are you
time,
trying to wait? So then, why are you trying to force your religion on kids?
I'm not trying to force my religion on
That's
kids,
what you're
but at the
doing.
same time-
You're saying that this should not
No,
be
I'm
allowed to be
not.
talked
That's what
about
this
because of your
country- that's what
religion,
this
which means
country
you're
was built
forcing a
on,
restriction on what can be talked about in schools because of your religion. You're trying to force
No,
certain things
that
to be
is
not
what
talked
this
about
country
by
was
your
built
religion.
on. That's
No,
what
it's not. This country was built on
One nation
secularism.
under God.
Yeah, okay, again, what you're not understanding there is that it was built on religious freedom. It's not a Christian country. This country has a lot of Christian people in it, but it's not defined by Christian values. It is defined by the values of a secular country, right? A country that doesn't use our religious prescriptions to identify what should be the case in terms of the law, because you don't think every sin should be illegal. That's not your view. You don't think everything you believe should be enforced in the context of the school system, right? Obviously, you don't think there should be Bibles in every classroom, right?
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Okay, so what about other religious texts? Would you be okay with the Quran in every classroom?
Absolutely not.
You see what I mean? Why?
Because this nation wasn't built on the Quran.
This nation wasn't built on Christianity either. It was built on secularism. And by the way, even so, the country being built on something does not mean it should be that way. There are plenty of things about how this country was built that are horrible, atrocious, and terrible, and that we do not want to associate ourselves with now. You understand that we progress.
Okay, so here's my thing, right, man? So I don't have a thing like I'm not against gay people. If gay people want to be gay, that's 100% up to them.
Okay,
I
so
am
then,
a Christian. I will say that 100%, but I don't have anything against gay people. If they want to be gay, that's up to them. But to sit here and say that needs to be taught in schools, that's absolutely ridiculous.
if you're okay with straight, listen.
These are prepubescent kids.
Listen,
and you're trying to
we're
teach
talking
that
about
to them.
we're talking about the same time they're talking about straight sex. If you're talking about straight sex for reasons of safe sex and promoting safe sex, then why wouldn't you talk about gay sex in that context?
And
it's not being brought up any earlier.
Once they reach a point to where they're full-grown adults and they want to make that decision on their own, that's on them.
It's not a decision to be gay. You just are gay or you're not gay. No, it's not.
It's 100%
Wait, could you,
a decision
so
to be
could
gay.
you choose? Could you choose to find me sexually attractive right now?
What was that question? Sorry.
Could you choose to find me sexually attractive right now?
Find you sexually attractive?
Yeah.
Absolutely not. You're a fucking man.
Why? Okay, so you're saying you couldn't choose your sexual attraction?
I'm attracted to women. I always have been.
And you
my
didn't choose
entire
that, right?
life.
And you didn't choose that, right?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay. So again, sexuality seemingly is not a choice then.
Oh, here go the red herons.
How is that a red herring?
Go ahead. No, finish your question.
I already said it.
What was it? I didn't hear you.
What did you last hear?
What?
What did you last hear?
Could I find you sexually attractive?
Yeah, I proved that given that you couldn't do so, that it's not a choice. Sexuality is not a choice. You couldn't choose to be gay. You couldn't choose to be straight. You just happened to be gay or you happened to be straight.
Okay, but up until about the 2010 era, we didn't have this issue in America. Could you agree with that?
What? Gay people have always existed. What do you mean this issue? What are you talking about?
So when did it become legal for gay marriage to happen in America?
This is like 2015?
2015, right?
Yeah. That's a great thing. I'm happy that that's legal. That's a good thing. You should be happy about that.
Okay, right. But majority of those people who made that decision, how old were they? Who decided
Made what decision?
to get married while they're gay?
You have to be an adult.
Correct. That's my fucking point, Parker.
You have to be an adult regardless of whether or not you're gay or straight.
Dude, no, that's my point. You have to be an adult for marriage regardless. So we shouldn't be teaching this shit while they're in school.
Hey, dude, what do you mean? We're teaching about gay sex the same time we're teaching about straight sex. If you're okay with teaching about straight sex, then what's wrong with teaching about gay sex?
Parker, how do you procreate?
How do you procreate?
Yeah.
Do you need me to explain this to you? Do you not know?
No, I 100% know. My wife is pregnant right now.
So then why are you asking me?
How do you procreate?
How do you procreate? Well, you could procreate through the context of IVF, utilizing sperm and an egg in order to produce a child, right? Or not a child, a zygote.
I'm not talking about the scientific shit, dude. I'm talking about the basics. How do you procreate?
Sperm and egg.
Okay, there you go. How does that happen? Between man and woman?
I mean, again, you're talking about people who are fertile, who are male and
Parker,
female.
Can a man get pregnant?
Well, I believe trans men can get pregnant, yes.
I think you're fucking retarded.
You're just going to use a slur because you're low IQ and you can't even respond to any of my points?
That's not
literally,
a
you're just going to slur? That is a slur. That is a fucking slur. Don't even act like it's not. That's
No,
a wrong.
it's
Wait,
not.
yes, it is. It is absolutely wrong to do that. Do you think people who are mentally disabled would be negatively impacted by that? Absolutely. You shouldn't use that term because of how people who are affected by the term are going to be impacted by the usage of the term, right? Like you can use other ways of conveying, right? Like that someone is making a ridiculous point. You don't have to use such terminology.
What terminology did you use against Charlie Kirk?
What terminology did I use? You just got flagged for hate speech and hateful behaviors. I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? What rhetoric did I use? What is he saying, bro? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
47.
You said how old?
Neo-libertarian flangism.
Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Joshua, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, it was really brutal, honestly. And Rachel as well, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It is very shocking, honestly. Again, Convo, thank you for the $4. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So ridiculous. As well as Juliana, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up there. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's go on to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen for the 8,000 people here on the TikTok stream. Tap that screen and try to get to 2 million likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
40.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do support Trump, yeah.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, I would never vote for Kamala Harris. No way.
But you would vote for Donald Trump?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he actually ran a real legitimate campaign. He primaried. He won the delegates legitimately. He didn't piss out at the last minute and then have somebody else run instead of him.
Okay. Is there a way you can get a little bit...
Hold on, Tyler. Don't you think it's weird how someone who polled at less than 1%, Kamala Harris, was chosen as a VP candidate for Joe, then he quits, then they have 3 months to run a primary, they say, F it, we're just going to give her the delegates, just 100% gift her the delegates, and then give you people no option. See, I picked Trump because I always liked him. I stand by his policies, especially with the border, for one, and his trade policies. I mean, look, there's already 10 new factories Toyota's building. GM and Ford are not leaving the United States. These are going to impact the country, not right now, but later. Now, other things I don't support is the Republican Party. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I call the Democrats the Democrats and the Republicans the Repulsicans because that's really what they are. Now, Trump, remember who started the Never Trump movement? It was the Republicans, Mitt Romney.
Hey, can
Once
I
they
respond to
started
any
the
of
Demo-
this, or are you just gonna yap
I
for
am.
like 20 minutes?
I'm gonna land my plane in 1 second. So that's why I support.
All right, well, I'm going to respond. I don't want to keep going for too long. I'm good. I'd rather not wait. Real domestic manufacturing investment has declined since Trump got in office. That's one thing. So this new factories thing that you're referencing is actually to a lesser extent than what existed prior. Kamala Harris definitely got less or more than 1% of the primary vote. She was around 8 to 15%. Right, and she dropped out to be the vice president, so that was the reason. And then in terms of the primary, everyone knew when voting in the primaries that it was the Biden-Harris ticket, and that if Biden had to step down, that Harris would step up. 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being the nominee, and if you cared about democracy, you wouldn't support the guy who's literally denied the election results of the 2020 election with absolutely no evidence still to this day. And who even called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, because of the fact that he thought the election was stolen in 2022, by the way. So, like, this
Yes,
whole
and
argument
it
you're making
was.
doesn't make sense.
It was, sir. It was, Parker.
You think the election was stolen? What evidence do you have for that?
I hate to break it to you, but it was, dude.
What evidence do you have of that?
Well, first of all, let's look at the state of Pennsylvania. They closed at 10. They reopened at 3:30 a.m., which has never been heard of. And then a 350% turnout for one candidate only, Joe Biden. Look, that is a mathematical impossibility.
Wait,
And
so
I'm not
which
going to
district is
listen,
it?
Parker. I'm not going to. That was in Pennsylvania. Now I'm not going to
Where
sit
in
here and
Pennsylvania? Sorry,
play
let me look it up.
the
Which
entire state
Pennsylvania?
of
Where in
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania?
So I can't tell you the exact districts or areas where it was coming from. But
Okay, well, I
remember,
mean, then I
they
can't
closed the
verify the
polls.
information.
They
I don't
closed.
know how to do that then.
I'm telling you, I remember watching it live during the election. They
I'm
closed
sorry,
at
I don't
10. They said,
trust you. There were audits in every single one of these swing states that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
"No,
You're
dude,
telling me
no,
you
not
had
at
sufficient
all,
evidence to overturn the
not at
election,
all,
and yet you didn't tell authorities, you didn't go to the court system, you didn't even try to get this
bro."
case litigated at all.
Listen, even in this last one in Pennsylvania, you don't know this, but Trump's team had like some 300 lawyers at different polling stations, and they caught people walking up at 12 a.m. with freaking boxes, bro. And they caught them on video, and they were like, "Oh, these are Uber Eats," and then they all ran away. They just walked away. Oh yeah, it's
And
bad.
your source is just straight up trust me, bro. Like, can you give me an actual source? None of the court cases litigated this
Sure.
to be
I mean,
true.
like I
Not
watched
a
it. I
single one of these
watched it
court
on.
cases.
I watched it on independent journalist stations when they were like actually showing these videos, and it was all over TikTok. It was all over Instagram at the time. Look, man,
Yeah, so
information
you just
flies
saw it
quickly.
everywhere is not a source.
Well, I just look, man. I'm smart enough to know, and I'm old enough to remember Barack Obama and his legitimate popularity, and I just cannot think of 81 million votes for this guy who can't even complete a sentence, who
Well, at
literally
that time, he definitely
endorsed.
can. And also, I just want to address the reality is that people hated Trump's response to COVID. You might not remember, but
I
people were
hated his
fed
response
up with
too.
Trump after COVID
Look, I never did any of the
or during COVID.
vaccine stuff. I didn't do any of the vaccine stuff. I knew they were lying about all that shit too. And RFK Jr. is actually like they're actually showing the evidence
Oh
of it
yeah, they're
now.
lying. All the scientists are lying that have peer-reviewed
Yeah,
studies from
man.
international committees around the entire world that justify the same thing from universities all across the world. All of the scientists are working in cahoots and they're all working together. They're all lying. Every single one of
Look,
these
bro, let me tell you
doctors with
something, dude.
PhDs and MDs and every single one of the people that are involved in this process. You are joking. You've got to be joking.
No,
No, they have
I'm
no
not
basis
I'm
for that.
not
There are
joking. I'm
studies that
not
indicate the
joking.
effectiveness because billions of different doses of the COVID vaccine for in specific have been literally given out. Do you think that any vaccines are effective?
Yeah, there are vaccines that are effective. Yes.
Which ones?
Uh, let me see. Let me think. I think the polio one's effective.
Okay. The polio vaccine has more complications than the COVID vaccine. Did you know that? Like proportionally speaking?
Possibly. I don't know.
Yeah. So like the COVID vaccine is actually more effective in terms of how safe it is, right?
Yes, yeah, that's where I disagree because my cousin got the COVID vaccine and now he has
The
a
thing about the
pacemaker.
polio
He's
vaccine
40
is it
years
creates a
old.
greater level of immunity, right? You produce an insane level of immunity when you take the polio vaccine.
Oh, no, I get it, but like literally, like a woman down the street from my house took the vaccine. She went blind for 3 days. My cousin took the vaccine. He now has a pacemaker. He's only 41, dude. And
Okay,
the
so
doctor told him
so wait,
it's
this is
because of
called
the
a correlation
vaccine.
causation fallacy. You're saying because two things are associated, that means one caused the other. What evidence do you have? Do you have the doctors indicating that it was because of the
The
vaccine?
doctor told my cousin literally it was the vaccine. I'm sorry. No debate.
Okay, so this was reported.
Yes, sir.
And which vaccine did they take?
He took the Moderna, I believe. Oh no, sorry. He took Pfizer.
Okay. Well, I do just want to say that if you look at the overall studies, the proportionality or the likelihood of this happening is significantly lower given that someone has taken a vaccine. Obviously, we can indicate there are risks associated with vaccines across the board, but what is also true is that it reduces the likelihood of those particular types of things happening comparative to what would have happened otherwise. And I think that a
But
lot of people
also,
associate all of these particular types of things that happen specifically with vaccines because we don't remember how much the impact was when we didn't get vaccinated to the degree that we did, right, in our society. And we had children dying of polio and having negative impacts in terms of polio their whole lives because we decided not to get vaccinated. And the same thing is true in terms of the COVID vaccine and other sorts of vaccines as well. We base it on a
well,
risk
hepatitis.
benefit
Well,
analysis.
don't
And
forget TB is an effective vaccine. I mean, I've taken that, but look, let's like the whole thing about the vaccines and all that shit. You know what I mean? Like, I typically don't like to take too many things. I don't even like to take Tylenol. I don't like to take medicines, and I'm more of kind of a go to the natural way kind of dude. You know what I mean?
yeah, do you listen to your doctors?
I actually haven't gone to the doctor in over 6 years.
Over 6 years?
Yeah.
That's not a good thing. You should want to go to the doctor again, get checked up.
Yeah. I disagree.
Why?
See, the thing is, like, I don't, look, man, doctors think they know everything, but in reality, if you know somebody who's been through med school, you would know that they get very little teaching on nutrition or diet or really anything other
Then you
than,
go to a nutritionist, genius.
yeah, well, you can also use internet nowadays and chat GPT and Grok
Chat,
to
yeah.
look,
So you think Chat GPT can replace your doctor
yeah, like
and your
I'll tell you
nutritionist?
basically,
No.
I'll tell you
One,
something,
no.
Parker.
Two is related to this. Chat GPT didn't always exist, so you didn't have Chat GPT, and you still didn't go to a doctor before that.
Well, actually, I'll tell you right now, what I did was I did some research on paleo diets and protein dieting, and I was able to effectively go
I
from
bet you are a carnivore
330
too,
pounds.
huh?
Yeah, I was able to go from
Were you running a
325
carnivore diet?
pounds down to, yeah, I did. And I was able to go from 325 down to 260.
Oh
No
god,
joke.
dude. Dude,
As
okay.
your boy Biden would say, no
I've
joke.
known people that
I dropped
because of the
60
carnivore diet
pounds.
have fucked up some of their organs. Like genuinely, I don't think that it's a good idea just to have a diet like that is not diversified. You obviously want a more diversified diet. Talk to a nutritionist if you want better information about what's going to be healthy for you in terms of dieting. That's the best place you can go to. Don't just believe some random fucking conspiracy bros on the internet that
Look,
literally say that carnivore
Parker,
diet is
Parker,
so much good for you.
everybody's,
I've known
Parker,
people that have destroyed their fucking liver literally because of that.
listen,
And
I understand.
I know people have been literally well-known carnivores, and that's happened to
Okay,
them because I've
I
debated them before on
understand.
my stream.
Now I didn't go full paleo. I didn't go full carnivore. But what I did was I dramatically reduced my carbohydrate intake. Like, I'm talking like maybe 60 to 80 grams of carbs a day versus like,
Okay, well, you did just get a misinformation flag. Surprising, right? That's really surprising. I didn't expect that one. I couldn't have guessed that. Couldn't have guessed that. You know, that came out of nowhere. Would have never expected that. I mean, I would love to go through those conversations. I do think that they should let a lot of those conversations play out because I think that it can lead people against that. And there's just so many people that do believe that. I used to debate people all the time on TikTok about their beliefs on like the vaccine. It gets banned like crazy now.
Fuck you.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap the screen. Make sure to follow me if you haven't already, everyone. I would really, really, really appreciate it, everyone. I'd appreciate it. Dean will be on, I think, here in like 20 minutes or something like that. I think that's what he said. Just letting everyone know. I'm going to stream until then, so. No criteria on the TikTok screen. I got you. I do these streams every day, everyone. How does everyone like the morning lives? I feel like, you know, in morning lives, we kind of get more people. You know, what's up, how old are you? I guess it's kind of middle of the day right now. That's probably why. Better? Yeah. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
It's good, Parker.
Yeah, how old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2005, March 13th.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump.
And why do you support Trump?
I have fried you and Dean on immigration before and how it like deteriorates the culture and is bad for communities. But I don't like Trump anymore because he's a Zionist cuck. He's a Zionist cuck. Nobody likes Trump anymore. He's a Zionist.
You probably got destroyed and you just felt the need to come up here and say that. That's embarrassing that he felt the need to say that. He got dog walked on immigration, and then also he doesn't support Trump anymore. So that's a thing. That's a thing, at least to that. But it sounds like they're even more right-wing now, so that's kind of crazy. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2003. Neo-libertarian flagellist.
Oh, okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Live multi-guest access restricted. What the fuck? Well, fuck TikTok. I just lost multi-guest access. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can appeal that real quick. I didn't even get 2 different bans on the same one. I'm so confused. Let me reason misinformation. Oh, it's for guest violation. I didn't even get 2 violations for that. That's actually kind of crazy. I didn't do anything against terms of service. Alrighty. Alrighty, everyone. I can try to send everyone over there. I think that it submitted the appeal. That's good. The appeal's at least in review. So I'm going to send everyone, at least for now, we'll go over to my third account here on TikTok. Parker, get a real job, everyone. That's where we're going to go. I'd also recommend to go over to my YouTube, everyone. I'd recommend to go over to my YouTube. We got like 20 minutes or so, maybe one more guest on the stream. Make sure to follow me here if you haven't already as well. I should get this account back by tomorrow if I can get the ban appealed. That would be very nice. That'd be very nice. But yeah, everyone, make sure to go over there. Parker, get a real job. I'm about to be live right now, literally in like 10 seconds. I just have to sign in. So give me 1 second, everyone. I'll be right back. You can always just go to Parker Get a Job on YouTube where you don't even get taken down at all. But I'll be right back, everyone. I love y'all. Make sure to follow me. I'd appreciate it. I'll see you later, everyone, on TikTok and here in like literally 10 seconds.